Champions, Karting Genk celebrates its 40th anniversary, and we couldn't think of a better way to get things going for the 2024 BNL Karting Series season. Of course, the weather has shifted significantly over the past 45 minutes. We've had rainfall, which you can see is coming down onto the circuit, which is completely saturated. Thank you to a very, thanks to considering that we had a significant hailstorm pelt the circuit quite a lot, and now the rain has really started intensifying. However, it is going to be a case that we will have 12 races over the course of this afternoon's proceeding before we go into the super heats and the finals tomorrow to find out who will be our 2024 BNL Karting Series Kickoff Champions. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for everyone tuning in on the BNL Karting Series YouTube channel. My name is Alex Goldschmidt, back in the commentary box once again for 2024, and it's a pleasure to welcome you along. Of course, some of us are able to hide away from the elements, but of course, the drivers, the teams, the mechanics, and also a big thank you to Team MKG, our marshalling crew here at Karting Genk, who have the brollies up and are braving the elements. So this is a winner-take-all event, and we'll kickstart a further 4 rounds. And as I say that, the rain has just intensified to a sudden downpour. Air temperature currently 8 degrees Celsius. Wind is, well, that rain is coming down significantly harder than I initially thought because it is pelting on the roof at the top just by the main tower. But here is the timetable. We have got Mini Max and Mini Rookie up first in their first of 3 heats, then followed by DD2 and DD2 Masters. Senior Rotax will be up at 13:25 local time, and at 1:45 this afternoon we'll conclude the first set of 3 heats, and we'll be running probably until round about 10 to 5, 5 to 5 this afternoon, barring any delays or stoppages that might delay the timetable accordingly. We've already had timed qualifying this morning, and it seems like the cobwebs have not yet been vacated, so to speak. There's been quite a few penalties handed out, but we do have qualifying earlier on today that has decided the starting grids for all 3 heats. We have nearly 100 drivers, the biggest contingent of which is Senior Rotax, who are set to have 33 on the grid. So the pre-grid has been cleared ahead of the first of 3 Minimax and Minimax Rookie races. So for those wondering about the duration of the heats, they will be 7 minutes plus an additional lap for Mini and Mini Rookie and Junior Rotax. The other classes for DD2, DD2 Masters and Seniors will be 10 minutes plus an additional lap. We will then extend those times for tomorrow's Super Heats, which will be 9 minutes apiece plus 1 lap for Minimax and Minimax Rookie and Junior Rotax. And then 12 minutes plus 1 lap for DD2, DD2 Masters and Senior Rotax. And then the finals, Minimax and Mini Rookie and Junior Rotax will be over 11 minutes plus 1 additional lap. And then the remaining categories, 14 minutes plus 1 additional lap. It has been very variable in consideration with the weather. Everyone got quite a lot of track time yesterday. The weather did start to get a little bit colder, and then we did have a deluge of rain towards the early part of the evening. And then the sun actually greeted us this morning. It's been a little bit colder here today at Genk. But the drivers are now in their carts as we are 60 seconds away from our opening race of the 2024 BNL Karting Series kickoff. So let's get the action underway here at the Home of Champions with Mini and Mini Rookie. Heat number 1. Let's take you through the starting grid. Pole position will be in the hands of Victor Royts from Belgium in the 176, and we'll have Lithuania's Majus Mazinis alongside. Patrikos Iokius and Jeffrey Bake on row 2. Zen Lindemann and Vic van Kampenhout will be on row 3, ahead of AJ Bergeraff and Vince van der Hullen. Ryan Rivers and Jack Freeman complete the top 10. Arie Kallenberg and Pauline van Preet will be on row 6, with Ryan Rampadarath and Kees Moyes on row 7. Then we've got Jesse and Jenthimunen alongside each other on row 8. Tafi Niskanen will be joined by Arthur Farrow on row 9, with Albert Farrow and Kimi May completing the top 20. Plamen Georgiev, Leon Herbos, Tristan Shays, Tristan Abils, Devrim Yater, Avon Lawrence, Maria Roberto and Theo Steindal will be rounding out the 28-strong grid. Post-race, or post-qualifying this morning, the 113 of Tristan Shays would have started 20th, but was found to have the front fairing out of position, then got a 3-second time penalty. Ava Lawrence and Maria Roberto unfortunately did not complete a lap in time qualifying. Roberto not able to get away from the dummy grid, and Ava Lawrence unfortunately on the right-hand side of the start finished straight within the first few seconds of getting underway with time qualifying. Theo Steinhal, however, was put in a 1:01.194, which would have put the Norwegian 13th. However, he was found to be underweight post-qualifying and was promptly excluded from the session. And good to see that we've already got over 115 of you watching. Tommy, one of our regular viewers in the chat, saying, good luck today with the commentary. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoy the action, Tommy. So the drivers now are, well, some of them are making their way through turn 7 into turn 8. And it will be down to Victor Royts, who will have Majus Mazinis alongside on the front row. The gantry just off of turn 12 filled with mechanics to give the signals to their relevant drivers that they'll be cheering on and trying to get them to push as Victor Royts now finally makes his way to the front end of the field. Drivers weaving from side to side, of course. Dry track conditions in qualifying. Now it is a very different situation. Wet weather tyres for all and sundry. As the field starts to close on up, Plamen Georgiev looks to have dropped back a bit further behind. But the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry for the first of 12 heats here today at the Home of Champions. Out of the final corner, revs rise. Lights are out, we're underway. And it's a good start from the front row, but a great start there by Majus Mazinis on the parallel chassis, who gets through to take the race lead around the outside of Victor Royts, who didn't get the best of starts. But now as they come through, oh, we've had a couple come together. That is the 33 and the 42, Albert Farrow in the 42, and Theo Steindal, the Norwegian. Unfortunately, out of the kart and, well, decided to get back in. So the thing is, they still will score points towards the ranking after the heats, but there is rain coming down again. We've got sunshine and rain, so where is the rainbow? I can't see it from my commentary position, but the leaders are coming through out of turn number 9, so it's a 3-horse race at the front end of the field. Everyone else behind sort of squabbling on the scraps. Looks to be Victor Royts has retaken the race lead, and it's going to be second position for Majus Mazinis. And in third place, it's Vince van der Hullen, the 130, who won the Champions Winter Trophy back in mid-February of this year. They come around the final corner to complete the opening lap, and Victor Royts has got a comfortable lead, half a second. Mazinis, Vince van der Hullen, Vic van Kampenhout, Patrikos Iokius, Jeff Verbeek, Jack Freeman up now to 7th from 10th on the grid. Ryan Rampadarath, the leading mini rookie in the number 32, has jumped up 5 positions from 13th and is currently running 8th. Vince van der Hullen nearly comes a cropper coming out of turn number 4. Went a little bit wide, but still managed to keep the throttle pinned. Vic van Kampenhout has got Patrikos Iokius from Lithuania right on the rear bumper. Zen Lindemann didn't have the greatest of starts either. Currently sitting in 11th place, started on the outside of row 2. Some drivers trying to make some inroads, others having to battle with not only the competition, but also the drivers that are battling with them. But there is an absolute country mile between Vince van der Hollen and Vic van Kampenhout, but Van Kampenhout is starting to push and is looking to close that gap, which is 2 seconds between himself and the driver in third. But Vince van der Hollen really putting Marius Marzinus under pressure, and van der Hollen spins it through the final corner, rejoins just in front of Vic van Kampenhout, who I think might have gotten through around the outside, and van der Hollen points it squarely straight out of turn 12, hits the throttle and retakes third. So that could have been very, and he's spun again. Van der Hollen absolutely struggling at the moment. That's 2 spins in 3 corners by the 130. That puts Vic van Kampenhout now up into third position. Jeff Verbeek, in the meantime, has got past Patrick Asiokis for P5. Tristan Shays has been one of the biggest movers in the grid so far, up 10 places from 22nd to now P12. Getting very close towards half-time, nearly 3 wide going into turn 7. That will never work on a month of Sundays, even though it is a Saturday afternoon. But the top 2 have broken away very cleanly. Victor Reutz leading the way, half-time through the timer at the moment. Just under 3.5 minutes plus 1 additional lap to go. And Reutz and Marzinus come out of turn number 11. And they will complete lap number 3. Rooster tails from the rear axles of all the karts. So the combination of the hail and the rain has saturated the circuit completely. But with the sunshine starting to beat down from around turn 8 and turn 7 off of the Europlan, there's Ryan Rampadarath. He's just got through on the 110 of Jenthemunen. They've been battling away for 8th for quite a time, pretty much the majority of the race. Rampadarath going very, very wide through turn 5, avoiding that curb on the inside. But with 2.5 minutes still to go, everyone's still running. Theo Steindl, in the meantime, has moved up 2 positions past the pair of Albert Ferro, who the number 33 did have contact with early doors. And Plamen Georgiev in the number 132 has dropped down from 21st to last at the moment. But everyone's still running. But Victor Reutz still holding on to the race lead ahead of Marius Marzinus from Lithuania. We now head towards the final corner. Now, fastest lap of the race so far, Jeff Verbeek, who's currently in 4th place, 1 minute 17.763. So with the sunshine comes warmth, and also a way in which we can get that water that's standing on the circuit evaporated very quickly. And that will help with the Mojo wet weather tyres that the drivers are using. As Vince van der Hollen recovers, just gets past Jack Freeman for 6th place. And there is Jokius, van der Hollen and Freeman. Freeman last year picked up the BNL Karting Series mini rookie crown. And this year he's gone up to the big leagues. And takes a tighter line, uses a little bit, has a little nibble on the inside curbing through turn 6. But van der Hollen bump drafting on Patrick Jokius going into turn 7 off of the Europlan. So 60 seconds to go. Oh, Patrick Jokius opened the door there for Vince van der Hollen, who managed to get through at turn 8. And Jack Freeman fancies his window of opportunity is quickly going to come his way as they head down into Cafe Corner at turn 10. You've got to be very, very careful through that turn. We've seen it many a time when drivers have overcommitted and hit the throttle and rotated the back axle. Right, time penalty for the number 10 of Jenthemunen. 2 wheels out of the tram lines on the race start, broke formation. That's 3 seconds that the driver will be penalised by post-race, so added to their race time. Very much on to the penultimate lap of the race. And Victor Reutz has still got a lead of just over 8.5 tenths of a second in front of Marius Marzinus. but Vic van Kampenhout has just gone purple overall. Fastest lap of the race, 1:16.939. So there is track evolution coming. As there's 3 drivers there, one of which being Rampadarath. The other one I think might be Kimi May in the mix of all of that. So quite a lot of action happening. The timer has hit 0. So next time around, Victor Reutz will see the last lap board. Gage Moyes is also in that mix coming through out of turn number 8 on the Birrell ART. And he's got up the inside of him through turn 8, Ryan Rampadarath. But Moyes gets through at turn 9. So last lap board shown to Victor Reutz, who leads us on to the 7th and final lap, as there's a hornet's nest noise coming through into turn number 12. Some drivers going very, very wide into the final corner to really cut back and get the traction by hitting the accelerator. Not that hard, but hard enough for it to propel the karts forward with traction. Jessiminen gets through on Pauline van Preet has dropped down to 21st. There's also been dramas for Tristan Abeels in the meantime, but the race leader's coming down the Europalan for the final time as Jack Freeman battles with Patricas Siokius for what is 6th place on the road. Freeman gets an absolute rocket ship pull out of the turn 6 right-hand hairpin onto the Europalan. But Patricas Siokius able to hold the Brits at bay through turn 7, through the piff-paff chicane, and then through into 8. Siokius takes the traditional racing line as Freeman goes very, very wide through turn 9 there, but hopefully that helps him with regards to momentum. But we've got to concentrate on our race leader, who is going to pick up the first win of the day. Out of the final corner, Victor Reutz in the 176 from Stan Pex Motorsport wins the opening heat of the BNL Karting Series kickoff in 2024, winning by 1.3 seconds ahead of Mayas Mazinas, with Vic van Kampenhout, who started on the outside of row number 3, picking up 3rd place. Jeff Verbeek, Vince van der Hollen rounds out the top 5. A bit of a disaster there for van der Hollen, I will be completely honest. 2 spins on 1 lap within 3 corners has cost him an opportunity to have had an initial win. Patricas Siokius in 6th, narrowly edging out Jack Freeman from the UK. Jente Moonen up from 16th to finish 8th at the end of it, with AJ Berggraf starting 7th, finishing 9th. Tristan Shays, biggest mover in that race, up 13 spots from 23rd on the grid to round out the top 10. Kimi May, Gage Moyes, Ryan Rampadarath, Ari Kallenberg, Jesse Moonen, Leon Herbos, Arthur Farrow, Ava Lawrence, Taffin Iskanen, Pauline van Preet to round out the top 20, with Rampadarath taking the provisional win in the mini rookie class, with Theo Steindal, Zen Lindemann, Maria Roberto, Devrim Yater, Tristan Abeels, Albert Farrow and Plamen Georgiev getting to the end of the race. Unfortunately, on lap 3, we lost the 177 of the Netherlands' Ryan Rivers, with pickup already en route to the driver. So in addition to that, we've just had some further penalties come up on the live timing. The number 10 has just had a 3-second time penalty for 2 wheels out of the tram lines. That was Jesse Moonen. In addition to that, Tristan Shays has a 3-second time penalty for the same infraction, as does the 1-2-4 of Arthur Farrow. Also, Theo Steindal, as if it wasn't bad enough being underweight in qualifying, the 33 has been given a 5-second time penalty for the contact with the number 42 of Albert Farrow in that race. And that will be added to the Norwegian's race time, which has dropped him down to 25th. Of course, all of the results that I'll be calling throughout today and tomorrow will be provisional until the conclusion of any judicial and technical matters post-race. And we are just about set and ready very soon to get underway with our next heat, and that will be DD2 and DD2 Masters Heat 1. Let's take a look through the starting grid for our second of 12 heats. It's DD2 and DD2 Masters, race 2 of the meeting, heat number 1. Devin Sigardi from Estonia put it on pole position by 5/1,000ths earlier on today. Alongside him will be Denmark's Frederik Zevis Christensen. Row 2, it's Nikita Genzer from Germany, and from France, Jules Cousin, with Noah Hipp and Nico Guillaume completing the top 3 rows. Pritsai took pole position in DD2 Masters qualifying earlier on today. He'll be joined by Luca Neuenhausen from the Netherlands. Running at the top 10, it's Paul Voorkwemen and Dominic Hoyters. Mats Johan Overhoff will be joined by countryman Michael Becker on row 6. Marek Mag and Louis Koch round out the top 7 rows. Carl Klebor, Christophe Capitain, Kilian Gerhardt, Maximilian Adolf, and Sung Hung Moon from the Republic of Korea rounds out the 19-strong grid. Sung Hung Moon looked to have a little bit of a drama starting the vehicle in the dummy grid. We're going on to the official formation lap ahead of 10 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. Now, 4 drivers were given 5-place grid drops for impeding in qualifying. Voorkwemen being one of them. Along with that, also the 404 of Kilian Gerhardt, who starts 17th. Plus also Christophe Capitain and Carl Klebor, who start 16th and 15th, respectively, also were found to be impeding and have subsequently been given a post-qualifying 5-place grid drop as a direct result. Rain is now starting to fall again. So whatever evolution that happened during the Mini-Max and Mini-Rookie opening heat now has been in some ways taken away. So there is that constant pendulum swing with the local microclimate, which does really, you know, if you can master your way around karting Genk in both dry and wet weather conditions and also adapt to changeable conditions, then that just goes to show that your racecraft that you have developed over the years has really come into prominence. But it's now dependent on who makes the best of this current situation over 10 minutes plus an additional lap. The red lights are ignited on the starting gantry once again. It's down to Devin Sigardi and Frederik Zevis Christensen. They will be the ones controlling the 2x2 rolling start. They've all got to start to concertina into formation because the leaders are now bringing the field out of the final corner. We go into the tram lines. Revs rise. Are we ready? Are we steady? Lights are out. We're on the way first time. Who's going to get to turn 1 first? Well, there's something, looks like a hose on the right-hand side. Oh, dearie me. Not what you needed going into turn 1. One cart's mounted the front of another. Looked like on the right-hand side of Frederik Zevis Christensen's kart, something was awry. Okay, and that is, oh, that's the pole sitter. Sigardi's out, off. And who was that? That was, it was the 403 of Dominic Reuters. Now, I did see on the right-hand side of Frederik Zevis Christensen's kart that something came to drift. It looked like it was a hose. Oh, someone's gone off at turn 7. That was one of the Door Motorsport karts. And the back end nearly pirouetted around itself, putting the driver the opposite way down the Europolant. Yes, that is a hose on the right-hand side of Frederik Zevis Christensen's kart that is flapping around wildly. Now, if that's dropping any fluid, that then might have compromised the likes of Devin Sigardi, because that would have made a slippery surface even more, yeah, like literally, I can see it flapping around significantly there on the right-hand side of Frederik Zevis Christensen's kart. So if that becomes a danger, then the mechanical black flag may be brandished. And it's side by side between Frederik Zevis Christensen and also Pritsai. The weather again has changed. More rain coming down. Yellow flags, and it's hailing. The hail's come down again for the second time today. And also the 424 has just been off. Maximilian Adolf, who started from the back end of the grid, was up 11 places. So the hail has quickly subsided, has turned back into rain. So these and the wind has picked up significantly as well. The banners on the start-finish straight are flapping around in the breeze. But who is in the lead? It's Paul Forquemin in the 402 from Dams Racing. Started all the way down in 9th position after the post-qualifying penalty, and he leads. Second, it's Noah Hip, and it's a top 3 lockout for the French. Kylian Gerhardt has sprinted up the order from 17th on the grid and is now P3, ahead of Frederik Zebis Christensen. And drivers having to use the curbing a little bit now, mainly because of the fact it's helping to move the karts through the corners. Just coming up to 3 minutes of this 10-minute plus an additional lap heat. The first of 3. And Forquemin is trying to start pulling a lead. There's a kart on the on the left-hand side coming down from turn 9. There is a kart to the left-hand side, and someone looks like their race is going to end very, very early. I'm wondering if it might be. It's an Estonian race outfit, I think I've just spotted. I think it might be, but I'll wait until the timing confirms that. Forquemin still leads, now by over a second after 3 laps. Gerhardt in 3rd. Christensen. So that could be, well, it may not be, if that's Devin Sigardi, that is a big, big shock. He'll have 2 more races to get himself as high up the ranking after heats as possible. But someone's going very, very brave indeed. Well, it's a battle between the Door Motorsport karts, one of which being Nikita Genza, the other one being Louis Koch, his teammate just behind. And then they've got the 599 of Christophe Capitan hot on their heels. So it looks like it might be Devin Sigardi that has, it is an Estonian race suit. So I've got a feeling it is going to be Devin Sigardi's race after a very, very difficult opening lap. And that has really put his weekend on the back foot after what was a very, very convincing and very, very welcome qualifying performance for the Estonian. Jules Cousin could nearly make it a top 4 lockout for the French because he's just got past Pritzai and now has to find another 2.2 seconds in the next 5 minutes plus an additional lap. And you can see by the spray, you can see just how significant it is. So with 4 minutes and 45 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap, anything can happen. There's Pritzai just behind the 2 from Door Motorsport. So it's going to be very, very tough. That's Mats-Johan Overhoff now ahead of Nikita Genza. It looks like, so that's the 401, possibly in front of the 407. Now, Mats-Johan Overhoff started in 10th place. He's now up into 7th. So with 4 1/4 minutes still to go, it is like skating on an ice rink at the moment. And it, near enough, literally was a bit earlier on during the lunch break. Caught us all by surprise. But still, with 4 minutes... How big is the lead from Paul Forquemin? 1.1 seconds ahead of Noah Hip. And now the move has happened. Jules Cousin through on Frederik Zebis Christensen. So that's drivers from France in 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Pritzai still leads in the DD2 Masters classification. He's currently P9. Christophe Capitan has started 16th. Now up into 11th, and there's only Louis Koch between the pair of them to battle. Well, hang on, that has changed, I think, because there is Pritzai, there is Christophe Capitan, because Louis Koch has got passed through on the 519, so there's the race lead for DD2 Masters. and they've got Carl Clebor right with them. So the 5-4-0 also getting a five-place grid penalty for impeding during qualifying. He knows this circuit very, very well indeed and has won multiple titles within the Benelux region. Noah Hipp in the meantime is getting on with business. So is Jules Cousin. New fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 10.524 by the 451 with Dams Racing. And Pritzai finds himself in 10th. He's going to find himself in 11th and loses the DD2 Masters class lead. If Christophe Capitan can hold on to it through turn 2, Pritzai switches to the outside through at turn 3. And then has to slot in behind the Frenchman. Carl Clebor is about 3 to 4 kart lengths behind the 519 and gets very late on the brakes as Carl Clebor. He nearly ends up going into the back bumper of the Estonian, but manages to, in his own right, keep out of harm's way, not cause any contact, and then manages to put the brakes on, rotate the kart, and then put the throttle down and get the traction out of the corner. And now he's gunning for second. Through into turn 10. Will Carl Clebor go for the move? Yes, he does. And he's through. So, Christophe Capitan now first in the Masters class. And there's a change for the lead. The race lead has changed ever so briefly. Paul Fourquemin opened the door for Noah Hipp to get through. And then just went a little bit deeper, rotated the kart, put the pedal to the metal, and the rear tyres bit into the tarmac, and he was shot out of a cannon, was the 402. 1 minute and 10 seconds still to go. You've got to keep your eyes on the 404, not too far behind. Kylian Gerhardt is within 1.4 seconds of second place. New fastest lap of the race still in the hands of Jules Cousin, 1 minute 10.924. An ideal race lap, according to the best sectors, which have been the first two set by Jules Cousin. And then the middle sector, the best of anybody, has been Kylian Gerhardt. The optimal lap time would be a 1 minute 10.685. We're now going to head on to our penultimate lap. So lap 8 out of 9. And Paul Fourquemin still holds on in the 402. Nearly 9/10 of a second ahead of Noah Hipp. And Noah Hipp gets so deep on the brakes and looks to line it nice and neatly up the inside. But then once that happens, Fourquemin is taking the optimal racing line in these conditions. Timer now hits 0. Penultimate lap is now, and then we've got one more to go. And the biggest thing that what we were seeing with Noah Hipp was taking the traditional racing line. Paul Fourquemin, on the other hand, went high and wide, turned the kart in, and when you point the kart in a direction and hit the throttle when the kart's pointed straight, you'll get a better traction pull. And that's exactly what Paul Fourquemin has done in order to combat Noah Hipp's late braking into turn 2. So, last lap board out this time. Paul Fourquemin from France in the 402. We'll see it first. Noah Hipp in second. Who's third? Kylian Gerhardt, who's now got Jules Cousin right with him. So Jules Cousin has put in laps that were probably the best part of nearly a second quicker than Kylian Gerhardt and has really revelled in these conditions and could get third by the checkered. Frederick Sebis Christensen holding on to fifth at the moment, but is being closed in on by the likes of Nicolas Guillaume, Nikita Genza, Mats Johan Overhoff is in 8th. Louis Koch and Christophe Capitan, who leads DD2 Masters, rounds out the top 10. But the leaders coming through out of turn 8 for the 9th and final, the 10th and final time. So Fourquemin started on the inside of row number 5 And amidst all the drama in the opening couple of laps, the Frenchman has weathered the storm. Out of the final corner, is it going to be a run to the line? Is it going to be a drag race? No, it's not. Paul Fouquemin wins Heat 1 in DD2 and DD2 Masters by 4/10 ahead of Noah Hipp. Third, it's Kylian Gahin, with Jules Cousin making it a top 4 lockout for France. And even with, I think that was a flailing hose on the right-hand side of his kart, Fredrik Zebis Christensen still managed to get that kart to the line in 5th place. 6th was Nikita Genza, fractionally ahead of Nicolas Guillaume, with Mats Johanovov actually closing in for 7th at the end of it. Louis Koch and Christophe Capitan, who wins DD2 Masters, round out the top 10. Carl Clement and Prit Sai complete the top 12 and also complete the top 3 in Masters. Luca Neuenhausen, Manek Mak and Michael Becker complete the top 15. Sung Hung Moon nearly had a kart that was unresponsive in the dummy grid, and he manages to finish in 16th place. Maximilian Adolf in 17th. Dominic Reuters, not too sure if the 403 has managed to cross the line, but on the opening lap of the race, we lost Estonia's Devin Sagardi, who also was our pole sitter in time qualifying. Let's take a look at the starting grid for race 2. It's heat 1 for senior Rotax, a total of 33 drivers. After time qualifying, Tommy van der Stroys will start from pole position. Alongside him will be Germany's Lucas Hill. Enzo Boll, making his debut as a senior Rotax driver, will be joined by Mika van der Pavet, aka Sonic the Hedgehog in kart form, on the front on row 2. Tom Langlois will be joined by Belgium's Jasper Leenerts on row 3, with Robbie Stodder and Ralph van der Pavet rounding out the top 4 rows. Sebastian Koch and Sverre Ubben will round out the top 10, followed by Bram Plomp and Macaulay Bishop on row 6. Kevin Navis and Scott Westhovens round out row 7, with Jake Bezelbach, Mateo Radenkovic, Jaden Teen, Martin Gaiskens, Lawrence Herbos and Vincent van Kerkhoffen completing the top 20. Jori Schoens, Pat Gubbles, Wood Kirstens, Freddie Ingram, Aida Schmeiter, Alexandre Lemaire-Sikra, Iva Anagnostiadis, Dante Sima, Baptiste Michadier, Manolo Senda, Lloyd Hare, Giorgio Markenstein, and Daniel Stell rounding out the 33 strong. Stell was promptly excluded from time qualifying, being found to be underweight, with the 3:26 and 3:70 both. So Markenstein and Sima both getting a 3-second penalty for having to be found. Well, their front fairings to be found out of position post qualifying. It has started to become a little bit more of a shower of rain that is hitting the circuit at the moment. Grey clouds overhead around the track here at Genk. And good to see that our view count is now increasing. Close to 200 people watching on the official BNL Karting Series YouTube channel. A big thank you for you all that have joined us so far. Still plenty of action to take us all the way through. Right, we've got one kart off of the top part of turn 9 that is now stopped, and driver is walking away from the vehicle. The red lights have been ignited on the starting gantry ahead of 10 minutes plus 1 additional lap of racing of this first of 3 heats. Drivers being informed to slow down, ready for the race start. Van der Stroys and Thiel will be on the front row. They will control the pace. There's one straggling in the background, but it's going to be a full start. Full start has been called by race director Martin Leiner, and he's going to send them around for another lap. So the kart that has been taken off the circuit, I can't really see from the commentary position who that is. But very soon we will find out once the lights go out. Well, Yusuf Mufakir, you can go to our official website at bnlkartingseries.com to click onto the calendar and to also find out all the relevant information that you need to know about entry fees and other bits and pieces. So, but thank you for asking. So we reset once again. As the drivers make their way through at turn number 10, just off of the smaller rental car circuit that we have here at the track, and also in the surrounding area. When you actually drive into Karting Genk, there is a small radio control track, and then just by the main overflow car park, there is a motocross circuit as well. But the focus here at Karting Genk is the BNL Karting Series kickoff. 32 drivers set to go, revs up, lights out and racing very shortly as they now come out of the final corner. Revs rise once again. And the lights are out first time, this time around, no second restart. And it was Lloyd Hare in the 341 that unfortunately came to a standstill. And we've got one off rally crossing, another one off, well, 2 off, one of which is well, there's one kart that was slightly slowing. That's a KR Sport kart. Might have been Freddie Ingram. But everyone now starts making their way through into the Europalan. And they are going to... Now, that looks like Enzo Boll's taken the race lead. It's nearly 2-3 wide coming out of turn 6. It's going to get a bit too close for comfort. 3 wide out of turn 7. And that's Mika van der Pavert. Enzo Bol has just lost the lead to Luca Thiel in the 399. And where is Van der Stoy? He's down towards the bottom part of the top 10. Macaulay Bishop might have made a few moves in the meantime. And Bishop started 11th. And now he's up big time. He's behind Van der Pavert. And he's got past him. Great traction out of turn 11 for Macaulay Bishop in the 367. As one of the GKS carts goes wide, going through into turn 12. So leading after the opening lap, it's Luca Thiel. Enzo Bol in second. Macaulay Bishop up 9 places from 12th on the grid. Not at all a surprise, and he's gunning for second. He's gunning for second, trying to get the crisscross. Through out of turn 3 and into 4. He's going to get through on Enzo Bol very quickly, but Bol's responding through into turn 4, and he retakes second position. And now it's going to be a free-for-all at the moment. Mika van der Pavert is not too far away. Neither is Jasper Leenerts. Lawrence Herboz, in the meantime, has gone up 12 positions as Bishop again goes for second place, this time into turn 7. And that was a little bit wide there for Enzo Bol and Macaulay Bishop. Mika van der Pavert has just capitalised, and right behind them is Lawrence Herboz. Herboz now up into 5th place. That is a gain of 14 positions, and we've not even completed 2 laps of this circuit. As all the 2K GKS carts come together, that was Sverre Ubben up the inside of Jasper Leenerts. And nearly going into, and I think might have made a little bit of slight contact to the back bumper of Lawrence Herboz. Van der Stoy's on the back foot. He's having to swing wide through turn 12, but look at the lead that Luca Thiel's got. Nearly 1.9 seconds after 2 laps. So this just goes to show, I did say about knowing where to place the cart. There's the 366 making a move. And that was Wout Kirsten, so I think possibly on Scott Westhoven's in the 353. He's going back up the inside and gets through at turn 4. My goodness, no, that was a Dan Holland racing car. That was Jaden Teen. Jaden Teen is really doing he's just trying to pick his way through the traffic in front of him. He had a difficult qualifying. He qualified down in 17th place, and Jaden Teen is making it work. He's up 6 places, up to, well, maybe make that 7 places, up to P10. But Luca Thiel, he's got to watch what happens now. Martin Gaiskens, Manolo Senda, and Lloyd Hare are out. As all dramas for the Croc Promotion chassis, who was just ahead of Jaden Teen. I think that was Scott Westhoven's. And a bit of a tank slapper coming out of turn 10. And Jaden Teen went, right, I'm going to go up the inside. And there you go. There's going to be another positional change. Keep your eyes on Iva Anagnostiidis, the Australian who's made the move full-time with family, including younger brother James, to the United Kingdom. She's up 12 places and now is in the top 15. Sverre Ubben's got to be very, very careful how he approaches turn 4 because he's trying to go around the outside of Lawrence Herboz, but the 398 of Boovin Power holds his ground, stays on the racing line. And Jaden Teen is 8th and climbing the order. In the meantime, Macaulay Bishop has started to slightly reel in Luca Thiel. Fastest lap so far, I'm just trying to keep an eye on who's got the fastest lap at the moment. It's Tommy van der Stoy's. Van der Stoy started first. He's in 21st position. He is absolutely struggling like nobody's business at the moment. And now there's going to be a change, a big change. That was through at turn 11. Lawrence Herboz and Sverre Ubben now through on Enzo Bol. Bishop is reeling in Luca Thiel. And looking at the last laps, Macaulay Bishop, 1 minute 12.9. As there goes Jaden Teen trying to go up the inside of Sverre Ubben. He's got Enzo Bol right with him, and also Jasper Leenerts from Belgium in the 377. Macaulay Bishop wiped out over half a second out of Luca Thiel's lead. And now the sun is starting to break through the clouds once again. This is going to be a bit close wheel to wheel between Jaden Teen and Sverre Ubben. And Jaden Teen gets through. So Jaden Teen moving up the field whilst Tommy van der Stroys is having a race to forget. He's managed to make up 2 places. Has the 301 from the Netherlands. And the good old tap on the right-hand side of the race helmet by Jaden Teen, as if to say, come on, Sweat It, think, work with me here. Let's just push. And now look at this. This is the race lead. Macaulay Bishop, he's absolutely annihilated that race lead, and he's now in the slipstream of Luca Thiel. What's the gap? Less than a tenth and a half. Bishop's in the window to make the overtake through into turn 2. Luca Thiel runs wide. Bishop takes the race lead. Is he going to defend into turn 3? Yes, he is. But he's going to slightly open the door, but powers out of the corner. Macaulay Bishop now leading the race with 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. He absolutely took lumps out of Luca Thiel and set the fastest lap of the race in the process. He was 1.004 seconds quicker than Luca Thiel. That just goes to show that when you have someone like Macaulay Bishop who can really put in the wheel time and bring the pace to a point where the leader or the people in front don't know what's going to hit them, and then he hits a haymaker. That's exactly what Macaulay Bishop has done. Wout Kirstens, in the meantime, up to 9th place, having started 23rd. Ava Anagnostiadis now currently residing in 14th place, so she's made very good progress. Jaden Teen now up into, what is it now? Because we're completing another lap. Bishop now leads by 7 tenths. Jaden Teen is now in 4th. He's about 2 3/4 seconds away from the race lead. As Wout Kirstens gets through on Jasper Leenerts. That is for 8th place. Of course, you might notice there's a little bit of a different, I don't know if there's something different about the GKS livery. Of course, Scuderia Ferrari driver Carlos Sainz has just recently announced that he has got a chassis, joining the likes of Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, Fernando Alonso, Robert Kubica, et al. Okay, 394 has just copped a time penalty, and will get a 5-second time penalty post-race. So the 394, Ava Anagnostiadis, so she'll have 5 seconds added to her race time for race control deciding that she caused a collision. But with the clouds starting to clear a little bit over most of the circuit, the sun is trying to beat down onto the track, provide some more radiant warmth onto the circuit and help the track to evolve. New fastest lap of the race, Jaden Teen. 1 minute 12.216 as Jasper Leenerts tries to get through on Wout Kirstens again. And Kirstens keeps the position, but they have got Mateo Radenkovic, last year's BNL and European champion in juniors, who's made the move to seniors this year, nearly making it 3 wide coming out of turn 6 onto the Europalan. And Radenkovic is possibly, well, that's van der Stroys. Van der Stroys gets through. Nice little maneuver there on Radenkovic, and then disposes of Leenerts very quickly as well. Gets through on him. So the pace coming back to Tommy van der Stroys in the dying moments of this race, but it'll be ruining the fact of whatever happened in the opening race. Right, yellow flags going into turn 10. So, someone is out of their kart, and the kart is stuck on the runoff area. There's been a push to pass penalty handed out to Freddie Ingram from KR Sport in the 369. And there is Lawrence Herboz on the inside of Luca Thiel. That's the 350 out of the race. And that is Aidish Mehta from the Biralat Middle East squad representing the UAE. As the timer has now officially expired. We're on to the penultimate lap, lap 9 out of 10. As Herboz still closing in, but this is going to be interesting. Look who's right behind them, Jaden Teen, the 359. Young man from the Netherlands, trying to get through, and he gets through on Lawrence Herboz at turn 8 for 3rd place. Corley Bishop has just kept a pretty good lead. Luca Thiel, and there's nearly a sidewall clash between Luca Thiel and Jaden Teen. Luca Thiel, that's a bit of a drift wide there for Lawrence Herbose, and he goes through the water splash on the outskirts of turn 10 near the runoff area. It's going to be one more lap to go, and it looks to be the case. It's going to be a Dan Holland Racing 1-2 because Macaulay Bishop from 12th on the grid leads. No surprise at all with the performance he's had in previous years, and also has raced here quite a few times now. He's 2.2 seconds ahead of Jaden Teen. In the meantime, Sverre Ubben has just been passed by Mika van der Pava, and he's got Tommy van der Stroys, who's now up into 7th, who's trying to go for 5th by the end of this race. Could that be possible for the man from The Hague in the Netherlands? And Tommy van der Stroys uses the curbing rather nicely and neatly as Sverre Ubben gets a little bit of a shock to the system. Van der Stroys now through for 5th place. But our race leader, Macaulay Bishop, now makes his way through out of turn number 9. 367, based out of Hoddesdon, not too far from Roy Housecart Raceway in Hertfordshire. And what a drive it's been for the young man. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it all over again a little bit later on. But after 10 laps, from 12th on the grid, out of the final corner, he powers his way to win the opening heat in Senior Rotax. It's Macaulay Bishop by a clear country mile. And it's a Dan Holland Racing 1-2 by Jaden Teen, up 15 places from 17th on the grid. Luca Thiel takes P3. Lawrence Herbose takes 4th from 19th. Tommy van der Stroys recovers from dropping all the way down to 21st position to come back to take P5. Wout Kirstens, the biggest mover in that race, up 17 places from 23rd to finish in 6th. Ahead of Mika van der Pava, Sverre Ubben, Enzo Bol and Mateo Radenkovic complete the top 10. Jasper Leiditz, Kevin Navis, Ivar Anagnosiadis, who will be demoted down the grid, the field, basically because of being found to have caused a collision. Oh, no, it's the 394, actually. My apologies there. It was the 394 that got a penalty. That was Sebastian Koch, who drops to 22nd. And also the 369 got a penalty as well. That was Freddie Ingram. So Eva Anagnosiadis ends up 13th. Joris Schoen, Scott Westhovens, Robbie Slaughter, Ralph van der Pavert, Tom Longnoir, Daniel Stell, Giorgio Markenstein rounds out the top 20. Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Sebastian Koch, Alexander Lemaire, Sikra, Puck Gubbles, Freddie Ingram, Dante Sima, Bram Plomp, Baptiste Michaudier and Jake Bezelbeck round out the 29 that finished. On lap 6, we lost Aidish Mehta with Martin Gaiskens, Manolo Sendar on lap 1 and Lloyd Hare before the race even started. Time for race 4 out of 12 today. It's heat 1 for Junior Rotax. Let's take you through the starting grid. Time qualifying this morning saw Thomas Verheyen take pole position by over 0.3 of a second ahead of Noah Janssen in the amended qualifying results, where several drivers, 6 of which were penalised for impeding. It will be Thomas Verheyen and Noah Janssen on the front row, with Bran van der Weyken and Ryan Bourguignon on row 2. Lieke van Berkel and Alexander van Meeuwen will round out row 3, with Boris Maximov and Lucas Sells rounding out the top 4 rows. Boris Maximov was one of the 6 drivers penalised and got 5-position grid drop for impeding during qualifying. Lucas Sells, Jim Back and Cameron Nelson round out the top 10. Nelson also, who was 5th in the session, starts P10. Lars Lambers, Philip Wisniewski, Max Siderski, João Maria Pereira, Jake Woods, Tom Herger, Isaac Barker, and Enzo Riccio round out the 18-strong grid. So the drivers that I haven't mentioned that were penalised were Jake Woods, who starts 15th, then Lucas Sells, who starts 8th, Cameron Nelson, who starts 10th, Enzo Riccio, also who starts 18th, would have started 13th, and then the 297 of Max Siderski, who starts in 13th position. Thank you to Derek Smith, who was asking if Jarno, and probably you mean by Jarno Otmir, well, he runs in the Chrono Karting Dutch KZ2 Championship, which had its 2nd round of the season last week at Circuit Park Berghem in the Netherlands. So the red lights will be ignited on the starting gantry ahead of this 7-minute plus 1 additional lap excursion around this 1.36 kilometre circuit, 12 turns in all. So with a lot more blue sky up ahead over the circuit, should hopefully then be able to have some track evolution. So Victor Deutz and Noah Janssen will control the pace of the rolling start as they make their way through the 12th and final corner. Revs rise, lights are on, and it's a full start. Race director Martin Liner has sent them around again for another lap. So if there is another full start, then there will be a red flag stoppage. So the drivers head back down the Europalaan, back straight away between turns 6 and 7. So red lights ignited on the starting gantry once again. Drivers exit out of the final corner. Revs rise. Lights are on. Lights are out. We're underway. Second time of asking. As Thomas Verheyen leads the field into turn 1. As it's caused absolute chaos from the second row backwards. At least half the field involved. 2 going straight on and getting caught out if they want to rejoin. That's the 290. That's Bran van der Weyken, I believe, who started 3rd. He was the one that got turned around, and then all hell broke loose behind. There's a couple of other drivers trying to... it's very muddy, it's slippery down there. one of which is also the 227. That's Alexander Van Meeuwen. So the third driver looks to be, I think I just made out, it was Ryan Bourguignon from France in the 223. So half the field got compromised as a direct result of Bran van der Weyken might have had a little bit of an assist from behind, but the race carries on. So looks like the 223 of Bourguignon might have just rejoined. Battle for third place coming out of the final corner. One of them going very wide. That was Max Swiderski. Cameron Nelson now up to third. So it's Janssen leading from Verheyen. Nelson now up to third from 10th. Swiderski, Lambers, Woods up 9 places from 15th on the grid. João Maria Pereira up to 7th. Enzo Riccio, the flying Finn, now up to 8th place has moved up 10 places. So biggest mover so far is the Finn. He was at the back end of the field and he weathered the storm that was happening in front of him, managed to keep out of harm's way and keep his nose clean. Tom Hedger up from 16th to 9th. Lieke van Berkel's dropped to round out the top 10. But there are the two race leaders, Noah Janssen and Thomas Verheyen. Verheyen managing to get through on the trying to get through on the inside at turn 9. Janssen managing to cut through in front of the 282 from Belgium on the run down through to turn 10. Dry line starting to showcase itself here at Genk, so track evolution could be very much on its way a lot quicker. Field now makes its way through out of the final corner. Cameron Nelson swinging the cart wide, nearly giving the opportunity to Max Swiderski to go through for third as they head into turns 1 and 2. With that dry line starting to show, if you stay on the racing line, that's going to cook the tyres. As swing wide there through out of turn 3 from Thomas Verheyen to light up the rear tyres. He touches the right rear wheel on the grass and the dirt coming out of turn 4. Cameron Nelson has got on his coattails Max Swiderski, the number 297, previous BNL Karting Series champion in his own right, mini class if I remember correctly. So Bran van der Weyken out, Alexander Van Meeuwen out, Ryan Bourguignon has dropped all the way down to 16th, but has got the pace in the 223 to start trying to close on those in front, but there's a big gap. 41 seconds back to Filip Wisniewski in 15th. As now Cameron Nelson joins the fray. Max Swiderski not too far behind. Change for the race lead. And Cameron Nelson has done the pair of them throughout a turn number 12. Cameron Nelson jumps up from third to the race lead. A great move from the 241 from Dan Holland Racing. Thomas Verheyen looking up the inside of Noah Janssen. Janssen gets back at him through turn 2 to take back second place. Max Swiderski waiting in the wings in 4th. And Lars Lambers isn't too far behind them either. Cameron Nelson has just set just quite recently, the fastest lap of the race, a 1:12.272. As it's getting a bit close for comfort through turn 8 between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. As Ryan Bourguignon just coming out of the final corner as the leaders are coming through out of turn 9. 5th and 6th are not too far behind, and that also not just includes Lars Lambers, but also Jake Woods from the UK in the 205. So Jake Woods looking to make it position number 10 gained and get himself up into 5th place. And that could be the opportunity. He's going to look for the move up the inside. He's got through. Woods gets through. And now Cameron Nelson is leading the way. Max Swiderski looking up the inside of Noah Janssen and also Thomas Verheyen. Quickly gets through for second. Verheyen tries to get through. Janssen runs wide through turn 3. Swiderski gets through, but then Janssen on the curbing through turn 3, right in front of the front bumper, and Swiderski responds in going through turn 4. Some great jockeying for position, and now Woods and Lambers join the party. Cameron Nelson has got an 8.5 of a second advantage after the opening 4 laps, after that great move through into turn 12 to take the race lead from 3rd. Ah, right. Nikita Lubimov, good afternoon. Well, it's nearly evening where you are at the moment if you're back home. But with 1 minute and 10 seconds still to go, Cameron Nelson is starting to move away. And that gap could be more than a second. And there has been a change. Jake Woods now past Noah Janssen. That's fourth for the Brit. Nelson's lead was 8.5 tenths of a second. It now climbs by half a tenth. Woods, new fastest lap, and he's going to gun for third. And 1 minute 11.867. Janssen tries to get through on Woods through turn 2. He's going to possibly lose out to Lars Lambers, but nips it in the bud, gets past by going towards the outside of turn 3, hitting the throttle, pointing the kart straight, and biting down and getting the traction. So 20 seconds to go. We will see the final lap for this race next time by. But Cameron Nelson with a great overtake through that final corner from third to first. And he started 10th on the grid. Time has expired. And it's last lap board being shown to the 241 from the UK. Has Thomas Verheyen managed to close that gap? No, it's expanded to nearly a second. Swiderski having to fight with Jake Woods for third place. Woods gets a tighter line through into turn 2. I have to give a shout out to Isaac Barker here as well, up 4 places from 17th on the grid. Enzo Riccio still holding on to 8th. And is about 6 tenths behind the Portuguese man of war, João Maria Pereira, in 7th, who's made it up from 14th on the grid. But the final lap inevitably will bring us to the conclusion of the first set of heats here at the BNL Karting Series kickoff for 2024. And Cameron Nelson doing a sterling job from the outside of row 5. Very much echoes what Macaulay Bishop did in the opening heats for the seniors. One more turn to negotiate. And from 10th on the grid, it's going to be the final corner for the 241 from the United Kingdom. Cameron Nelson wins Junior Rotax Heat 1 ahead of Thomas Verheyen, who was our pole sitter by 1 second after 7 laps of racing. Jake Woods, what a performance from the young Brit. The 205 from 15th to finish P3. Max Swiderski also making inroads as well. 9 places from 13th on the grid to 4th. Noah Janssen was on course for potentially a victory. Ends up 5th. Lars Lambers, João Maria Pereira, and the Flying Finn Enzo Riccio ran at the top 8. Tom Hedger makes up 7 places from 16th to finish 9th. Head of Lucas Els, Boris Maximov, Isaac Barker, Jim Back, Lieke van Berkel, Philip Wisniewski, and now coming out of the final corner, a little bit of a disaster for Ryan Bourguignon, but not the only one affected in that first lap, turn 2 incident, as we lost on the opening lap, both Bran van der Weyken and Alexander Van Meeuwen. But Cameron Nelson convincingly wins from 10th on the grid by over a second in Heat 1 for Junior Rotax. Time for race 5 out of 12 today on Heats Day. It's race 2, Heat 2 for the Mini and Mini rookie drivers. Let's take you through the starting grid. Pole position, once again, it's going to be Victor Reitz, who will have Mayas Mezinas and Patrikas Jokius, who round out the top 3. Jeff Verbeek will start 4th, ahead of Zen Lindemann and Vic van Kampenhout. AJ Bergeraff and Vince van der Hallen will complete row 4, with Ryan Rivers and Jack Freeman completing the top 10. Arie Kallenberg, Pauline van Preetz, Ryan Rampadarath, Gage Moyes, Jesse Munnen, Jenthe Munnen, Taffin Iskinen, Arthur Farrow, Albert Farrow and Kimi May due to start in completing the top 20. Plamen Georgiev, Leon Herbos, Tristan Shays, Tristan Abils. Looks like problems for Devrim Mieta on the dummy grid ahead of Ava Lawrence, with Maria Roberto and Theo Steindal rounding out the 28-strong grid. And there has been a little bit of a development because Mayas Mezinas and Patrikas Jokius, for some strange reason, are not on the rolling, well, the sighting and the formation lap. So maybe they might be starting from the dummy grid. So for those watching at home, there's the picture-in-picture that you can see on your screens, where we have got Mayas Mezinas, Patrikas Jokius, and also looks to be Devrim Mieta that will be starting from the dummy grid. So they will have to fight their way up through the order after everyone else has gone through the start phase. So there will be gaps where it's due to be 2nd and 3rd, along with 25th on the grid. Red lights on the gantry once again ahead of 7 minutes plus an additional lap of racing around here at Karting Genk as the 177 of Ryan Rivers gets into position. So out of the final corner, revs will rise. They do so now. Lights are on. Lights are out. We are underway. And the drivers make their way through into turns 1 and 2. The other 3 have just been released from the dummy grid as it's 4 abreast. Everyone's squabbling for position. They can use the runoff area once on the opening lap, but after that, you will get a 5-second time penalty, especially if you claim an advantage by getting up underneath or around the outside of somebody else. As the whole field ferries its way through into turn 6 off of the Europlan. 2-3 wide at points. There is a battle for the race lead. I think maybe a couple of drivers might have broken formation as soon as the lights went out. Zen Lindemann now finds himself in 3rd position. Previously a champion of the BNL Karting Series. Good to see him back with the Power Kart Racing crew. Vic van Kampenhout rounds out the top 4, I think probably just being followed by Vince van der Hallen, who's in 5th. But it is Victor Reitz who leads from Jeff Verbeek in the 126, out of turn number 11, as they make their run down towards the final corner here at turn 12. So Gage Moyes, according to the live timing, has dropped all the way down to stone dead last. A disaster for the driver that would have started a little bit further up the order. 14th. There's the move for the race lead. Jeff Verbeek through on Victor Reitz, and there's Zen Lindemann now waiting in the wings. Has been competing elsewhere. But it's always good to have a returning driver back into the BNL. 5 minutes and 20 still to go. AJ Bergeraff now behind Vince van der Hallen, who's now up into P5. Great to hear from you, Nikita, saying that you're going to be joining us for the entirety of the 2024 BNL Karting Series season. For those wondering, that kicks off in 2 weeks' time, right here for round 1. We'll be heading to Marienborg. We'll also be heading to Kerpen in August, And then the final weekend of September, we come back here to complete the full circle. Move for second up the inside of Victor Royce. That's Zen Lindemann getting through for P2. Great work by the young Flying Dutchman. Now he can go and hunt the race leader, Victor Royce. Oh, no, not Victor Royce, who's behind him, actually. That's Jeff Verbeek. I have to give a shout out to Rick Houskens, good friend. We've had someone going very, very slow and is pulling off to the right-hand side of the circuit. That's yellow flags at turn 12. Bit of a bump between the 171 of AJ Berggraaf, who's ahead of Vince van der Halen in the 130. They are battling with Victor Royce for the final position in the top 3. Out of turn 4, they go. So Kees Moyes is out. I think it might... Oh, it's Ryan Rampadarath, I fear. And it is the SP Motorsport driver. Unfortunately, out of the race, so we are down to 26 runners and riders. So Kees Moyes out, and that is a couple more positions lost by Victor Royce. He's down to 5th, could be 6th. If Vic van Kampenhout on the Formula K chassis, mechanic by his dad, Stephen, gets through. Van Kampenhout looks to the inside of the run down to turn 10, looks for the move, gets it done. Theo Steindal, in the meantime, the number 33 from Norway, now up to 15th, started last. Leon Herbo's up from 22nd to 12th. Tristan Shays has absolutely rocketed up the order over the first half of the race, up 14 spots to 9th. So Victor Royce has got Jente Moonen not too far behind. Mayas Mazinas has now managed to get all the way up to 14th place from starting from the dummy grid. Petrikas Jokas up to 21st. Devin Mieta currently sitting in 26th position as Jente Moonen now gets through on Victor Royce. So Victor Royce now demoted down to 7th place. And the next driver behind, who's just come through the shot in a little bit of a blur. There was a bit of yellow and blue. Of course, that is the livery on the Dan Holland Racing entry, the number 193 of Jack Freeman. With 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go, there's still plenty in the offing, because now Zen Lindemann is closing on the race leader. There we go. There's Jeff Verbeek. There's Zen Lindemann. What's the gap? It's less than a 10th. And Lindemann goes for the move up the inside, through into turns 1 and 2. Lindemann gets through on Verbeek. And that is the change that was needed. He was a second behind Verbeek after the previous lap, after lap 3. So great job there by Zen Lindemann. Started down in 5th, now up 4 spots. And has the race lead. And he's already started expanding it. That's a great job there by Zen Lindemann. Right. Oh, okay. Jeff Verbeek, I thought this might be the case, has just been hit with a 5-second time penalty for braking formation with all 4 wheels out of the tram lines. Jeff Verbeek was leading. And now that second place is going to be 5th, I think. And now there's going to be a change possibly for 4th. Vic van Kampenhout tries to go up the inside of Vince van der Halen through at turn 2. But that does not happen. 147 versus the 130, but through turn 4, that's going to be a different story. Vic van Kampenhout through nice and cleanly on Vince van der Halen. That's 4th place. "30 seconds on the timer remains in this second out of 3 Minimax and Minimax rookie heats. Leading in Minimax rookie, it is Jesse Moonen in the number 10, who's currently at the moment up 1 position from 15th on the grid to 14th. And now Vic van Kampenhout has got AJ Berggraaf in front along with Jeff Verbeek. Jeff Verbeek you have to count out of this equation but it was getting a little bit close to going sideways out of turn number 11. But we go on to the final lap. It's Zen Lindemann leading the way in the 116. Vic van Kampenhout has got the legs in the Formula K chassis on AJ Berggraf. He's going to go to the inside at turn 2, and he's got the job done. Another great clean and clinical move, and there's second. Second on the road goes to Vic van Kampenhout as Jeff Verbeek makes a bit of an error. So Van Kampenhout, who started down in 6th place, he's now up 4 positions. He's in P2. He's striding away from Jeff Verbeek, who's got AJ Berggraf looking to lunge up the inside through into turn 7 for 3rd place, and Vince van der Hallen gets through. And Jeff Verbeek at the minute with that 5-second time penalty. I'm going to wait. Well, I'm going to see what happens as to how far behind. Vic van Kampenhout has been on an absolute tear at the minute. 1 minute, 9.133. Fastest lap of the race. But it's going to be 2 different winners from 2 different heats. First heat, it was Victor Reitz. This time, it's Zen Lindemann from the Netherlands in the 116 for Power Kart Racing. He gets the victory by nearly 1.7 seconds. And what's more, Vic van Kampenhout closes the gap to nearly 1.7 seconds at the end of the final lap out of 7 and puts in a new fastest lap of the race. 1 minute 8.502. AJ Berggraf, 3rd. Vince van der Hallen, 4th. Jeff Verbeek, 5th. His 5-second time penalty will demote him behind Jente Moonen, who will be promoted to 6th place. Victor Reitz finishes 7th ahead of Jack Freeman. Mayas Mazinas and Patrikos Jokius, that's a great effort. From the dummy grid to 9th and 10th, respectively. Running out the top 20, it was Tristan Shays, Arthur Farrow, Ryan Rivers, Jesse Moonen, Ari Kallenberg, Blaman Georgiev, Pauline Van Preet, Theo Steindal, Maria Roberto, Leon Hobos rounding out the top 20. Taffy Niskanen, Tristan Abeels, Albert Farrow, Ava Lawrence, Devram Yater, and Kimmy May round out the 26 finishers, with Ryan Rampadarath pulling off to the right-hand side of the circuit out of the exit of turn 11. And Gage Moyes, we lost on the opening lap in that multi-kart turn 2 incident. Now time for race 6 of the meeting. Heat 2 for DD2 and DD2 Masters. There are going to be some drivers starting from the dummy grid, which will include pole sitter Devin Sigardi, due to start on the front row. So Fredrik Sebis Christensen will have to be on the outside of the front row, so there'll be a space where Sigardi was due to start. Nikita Genza will line up on the inside of row 2. No Jules Cazin, he'll start from the dummy grid, along with Noah Hip. Nicolas Guillaume starts 6th, head of Prit Sai. Prit Sai also will start from the dummy grid because it looked like the AGS Racing crew were not there in time for the... This is how I see it from the images that you just watched on your screen. They may not have made the gate, the time, made it in time for when the gate closes, and there is a specific window. Luca Neuenhausen starts 8th, head of Paul Vorquemin, with Dominic Reuters, Mats Johan Overhoff, Michael Becker, and we've got someone who's got a problem. That is Louis Koch, due to start 14th alongside Manik Mack. So the number 408, the Kart Republic chassis from Dorn Motorsport, will not start, or won't carry any further. Karl Kleber, Christophe Capitan, Gillian Gerhardt, Maximilian Adolf, and Sung Hung Moon will round out the grid. So we're going to be down to 18. So in the opening heat of the day for DD2 and DD2 Masters, Paul Vorquemin found his way from 8th on the from what was 8th on the grid to take the win. Christophe Capitan ended up winning in Masters. And now we have another twist in the tail. The drivers are weaving from side to side. Some people might be saying, well, they're just warming up their tyres like a Formula One car. Well, they're actually checking their steering quite more significantly. There's no suspension travel, really. It's effectively the chassis is your damper, so to speak. And it takes all the hits. You've got track rods, tie rods, as in conventional configuration on a road car, where it's the bottom part of the suspension, but there's no spring, there's no shock absorber, there's no top arm if it's like a multi-link suspension on the front of the car. It is all basically you are exposed. But about to get things underway for Heat 2, race 6 of the meeting for DD2 and DD2 Masters here at the Home of Champions. As Fredrik Sebis Christensen leads them into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on, lights are out first time. We are underway, and it's going to be the run through into turn 2. And there has been a change for the race lead. Nikita Genza in the 407 has got through. Mats Johan Overhoff slingshots round the outside of Dominic Reuters and is trying to close in on Luca Neuenhausen in the 488 and gets through at turn 6. They are millimetres apart, a bit like Mansell and Senna back in 1991 in Formula One. And Overhoff gets through. That's a great move there by the man from Marl. So that is a positional change. That will be 5th on the road for Mats Johan Overhoff. And now he's gone for 4th. He's got through on Fredrik Sebis Christensen. Meantime, Nicolas Guillaume ahead of Paul Vorquemin. Sebis Christensen again loses not just 1 but 2 places. So Dominic Reuters gets through on the inside of turn 10. Luca Neuenhausen also got through on him, and that's another position lost. So not exactly what you wanted to see as Paul Vorquemin dives up the inside through turn on Nicolas Guillaume, Mr. Uno Mas, and gets through for 2nd place. So Nikita Genza from Dorn Motorsport leads the way in the 407. Paul Vorquemin in the 402 from France, making the move finally up from seniors to DD2. Made his debut as a DD2 driver for Dams Racing back at the Champions Winter Trophy in the 2nd weekend of February. So Louis Koch, unfortunately, had a good run in Heat 1, but Heat 2 went very, very much south before it even gotten started. And now there's the battle for the race lead. Nikita Genza holds Paul Vorquemin to the outside on the run down through into turn 10. Now it's a 3-way scrap as Nicolas Guillaume is pretty much keeping with them. So Paul Forquemin is the Tony Kart meets in a Kart Republic sandwich. And now Genza round the outside. He's got through. Is he going to get through by turn 2? No, he's not, but Guillaume senses the opportunity and threads the eye of the needle through at turn 2 on Nikita Genza, and now goes for the race lead at turn 4. Inspired driving by Nico Guillaume on Paul Forquemin after quickly dispatching of Nikita Genza through into turn number 2. So 7 minutes and 20 to go, and it's a titanic battle at the front end of the field. And the two at front, Guillaume and Forquemin, have dropped Nikita Genza like a bad habit right now because they've cantered away into the distance. So that makes me think, is Nikita Genza having to battle with an issue because his teammate from Dom Motorsport, Mats-Johan Overhoff, is not that far behind. Well, Mats-Johan Overhoff actually, well, there's the change for the race lead again. Through into turn 2, Forquemin on Guillaume. Now he takes the lead. Dominic Reuters now is in 4th and closing in on Nikita Genza. Been a bit of a development elsewhere. I've seen a couple of drivers drop down the order. Michael Becker, the 504 from Hagen in Germany, has tumbled down the order. I'm trying to see whether his kart is anywhere in my peripheral vision. At the moment, not quite yet. So Michael Becker hadn't come through sector 3, I believe. So whether he's parked it, I'm not 100% sure. However, Paul Forquemin starting to try and put a bit of daylight between himself and Nico Guillaume for the race lead. Yeah, it looks like Michael Becker has pretty much stopped towards the end of the lap, and that's a real shame. And Genza now gets passed by Reuters for 3rd position, so I think Nikita Genza is just going to try and keep himself at the sharp end of the field as best he can. So if he's battling a technical problem, he's going to do his best with regards to it. In the meantime, Nicolas Guillaume looks over his right shoulder to see where Dominic Reuters is. Reuters is 3.2 seconds behind him. So Guillaume has just got to keep himself on the straight and narrow, cross the T's, dot the I's, and keep himself ahead by a significant margin. But the significant margin in front of him, that gap, is opened wider than the Grand Canyon in the United States right now because Paul Forquemin is on a charge. Michael Becker is going to be out of the race, 2nd retirement, and there's more coming. Kilian Gerhardt and Sung Hung Moon, I think, have also decided to call time on the 2nd heat. Now, people might say the heat stages of this competition are important. Yes, 100% agree and side with you on that, but it's a winner-take-all situation, and there's something I thought I was going to bear witness to again at one point this season. Carl Clearbourt round the outside of Pritzai, and they are battling tooth and nail. Devin Sigardi is along for the ride, and this is towards the back end of the field. So we look to have 4 retirements. Kilian Gerhardt and Sung Hung Moon on lap 3. Michael Becker on the end of lap 2. And Louis Koch before even the race got started. And his kart is pretty much, unfortunately, left on its own on the runoff area between the final third of the Europelan and the top part of turn 9. There's Maximilian Adolf in the 424. He's being closed in on by Marek Mak in the 412, and just behind them, they've got the old veteran from Estonia, Pritzai, the 519 with AGS Racing. Fastest lap of the race so far, though, however, in 7th position, who started 5th on the grid, Noah Hipp. 56.699 as we've got 3 minutes and 20 still to go. Pritzai has got past Marek Mak, now looking to get past through on Maximilian Adolf in the 424. Forquemin has a lead, and it's nearly 1.2 seconds between him and Nicolas Guillaume. And I think maybe Dominic Reuters might find himself a little bit further back, probably over the country border to the Netherlands by 2.7 seconds. Great move there from Pritzai to get past Adolf through at turn 7 off of the Europalan. So that's now 11th place at the minute. There are still 3 drivers running in DD2 Masters, and the remainder of those running, 11 of them I count, well, started with 19, 12 DD2 drivers still running. So Devin Sigardi now up into P14 ahead of Carl Clebor. 2 minutes and 20 left to go. And Paul Forquemin is stretching that advantage over Nicolas Guillaume very, very easily indeed. But there is still a battle. Devin Sigardi has the opportunity to get through on Manic Mac and Maximilian Adolphe. And Manic Mac gets out of the way very, very quickly. Didn't want to fight the pole sitter, who started from the dummy grid and now has Maximilian Adolphe in his sights in the 424. Sigardi, neatly done, does the old Nigel Mansell dummy attempt on the 424 through at turn 8. No room at the end there, I'm afraid, for the Estonian. And now he's going to try again, possibly get the opportunity to go through at turn 10. Stays on the racing line, waits for his opportunity. Through turn 11, gets deeper on the brakes. And now the run to turn 12. What is Sigardi going to do? He's going to do the old crisscross up the inside. Through he goes at turn 12, and that's another place in the books. Up the order for Devin Sigardi from Estonia. However, Nicolas Guillaume is closing in on Paul Forquemin. And that gap, as they've now got to try and make their way through back marker traffic. That's not what they needed, and Guillaume has just lost a bag full of time. Manic Mac gets in the way ever so slightly, so blue flags may be waving on the circuit. Forquemin gets through, gets past Sigardi, so does Guillaume, and that has given them a little bit of a lifeline right now. That's exactly what they needed. Nicolas Guillaume had managed to take out of Paul Forquemin on that last lap nearly half a second. So Forquemin knows that 2 wins out of 2, his second one, isn't going to be as easy as the previous race, where we saw a bit of drama, including what happened to Devin Sigardi. We're on to the penultimate lap. Lap 10 is now completed. Lap 11 and underway. This is more like it. Track is a lot drier in terms of evolution once again. So the pendulum swing, the microclimate here at Karting Genk, once again showcases how difficult things can be. However, Manic Mac in the way of Dominic Reuters, who's trying to clear off into the distance ahead of Luca Neuenhausen. The gap between them is like 7.3 seconds. And Matti DeCardo saying something about Vince van der Hollen. I didn't quite catch what it says. You're the GOAT of Karting Genk. Well, there's other drivers that are also very much accomplished on that. So, game over. God dearie me. It's like a Sega arcade game, what you've just put on there with regards to that emoji. But here's the race lead battle. This is going to come down to the wire, because it was 99 thousandths between Nicolas Guillaume, who's trying to get the frighteners on Paul Forquemin, and he loses a bag of time. They came out of turn 2 nearly side by side. Guillaume runs wide through turn 3, costs him at least 0.3 of a second. And now with the final lap underway, it's going to be how much Nico Guillaume wants it. Paul Forquemin can already say, well, I've got a win in the books. Nico, you're going to have to throw one at me. You're going to have to throw a haymaker. But now into turn 11. For the final time come the race leaders. Blue flags being waved to the carts in front. Now out of the final corner. Oh, Guillaume loses the back end. He was up right with Paul Forquemin. I cannot believe what I have just seen. Whoever that back marker was, they saw the blue flags. But of course, you've got to look at it from 2 perspectives on that. Forquemin could have been side by side courtesy of Nicolas Guillaume on the finish line. They were a tenth apart after the penultimate lap. But Paul Forquemin takes the win by over 9/10 of a second. So that's 2 for 2 for the Frenchman for Dams Racing. Dominic Reuters for Dorn Motorsport rounds out the top 3. Ahead of Noah Hipp, Luca Neuenhausen, Jules Cousin and Nikita Genza complete the top 7. Mats-Johan Overhoff rounds out 8th. It might have been possibly, might have been Christophe Capitan in the 599 that was the driver that was being shown the blue flag. Not 100% sure, but I think that might have been the case. So Christophe Capitan, 9th, wins DD2 Masters again. Frederick Zebis Christensen, 10th, head of Plitzai. Devin Segardi, Marek Mack, Carl Klibor, and Maximilian Adolf rounding out the 15 that finished. Kini Gahan we lost on lap 3, as the same with Sung Hung Moon from the Republic of Korea. Michael Becker out on lap 2, and Louis Koch, unfortunately, out on the formation lap. But it's 2 for 2 for Forquemin and Capitan in DD2 and DD2 Masters. Let's take you through the grid for race 7 of the meeting so far. Heat 2, Senior Rotax. On pole position, it's going to be Tommy van der Stoys and Luca Thiel on the front row. Enzo Bol and Mika van der Parvet will be on row 2. Row 3, Tom Langlois and Jasper Leenerts. Row 4, it's Robbie Stodder and Ralph van der Parvet with Sebastian Koch and Sverre Ubben rounding out the top 10. Bram Plomp will be joined by Macaulay Bishop on row 6. Kevin Navis and Scott Westhovens on row 7 with Jake Bezelbeck and Mateo Denkovic on row 8. Jaden Teen and Martin Gaiskens row 9. Completing the top 20, it's Lawrence Herboz and Vincent van Kerkhoffen. Joris Schoens and Puck Gubbles row 11. Row 12, Wout Kerstens and Freddie Ingram. Then next up, 25th and 26th, it's going to be Aidish Mehta and Alexandre Lemaire-Sicre, followed by Ivar Anagnosiadis, Dante Sima, Baptiste Michadier, Manolo Senda, Lloyd Hare, Giorgio Markenstein, and Daniel Stell, rounding out the 33-strong grid. 10 minutes plus 1 additional lap. Pretty much it looks like everyone was on slick tyres. I am keeping my eyes outside the commentary box. Oh, and I've just seen rain. Yes, rain's coming again. If these drivers are on slick tyres, the rain's coming down again. Oh, dearie me, this pendulum swing of the microclimate here at Karting Genk is could be a bit frustrating. We might be at that point, but depending on how hard the rain comes down, will be dependent on whether race director Martin Leinemann has to make an executive decision and call for a delay for people to get onto wet weather tyres. But some might have already have done so. But it's just about how brave you want to be at this point. So I did notice the front row were on slicks at the very least. But so the red lights are on the gantry. This more than likely will be class, I think, possibly a full start. But they are now slowing to a crawl. Red lights on the gantry. Lights are on. Lights are out. We're underway. As the seniors hurdle their way through into turns 1 and 2. Van der Stroys leads the way. As it's going to be a dive up the inside as there's absolute chaos. A little bit further back. 2 carts going off. Luca Till has got the race lead. Second, it's Enzo Boll. As it's 3 wide coming out of turn 4. Oh, my goodness me. And someone, there's a couple of drivers, I think they're all starting to fall off the circuit. Yes, they are. There's some drivers that have gone off the circuit at turn 5, coming on to 6 ever to rejoin the circuit. My goodness me, that was a drama and then some, one of which was the 353. And that was Scott Westhovens, who started down in 14th, and he's ended up 33rd and last. As we have got 1 cart off of turn 2. Driver out of the cart, walking unassisted. Everyone's slipping all over the place. It's like an ice rink through turn 10. Driver's trying to apply the power. The back end steps out to the left-hand side or the right-hand side. And the traction is at a premium. And still, there's more drive. Look at what's happening at the back end of the field coming out of turn 12. As now, that's going to be a change for the race lead. That's Mika van der Pavert. Van der Pavert has got through on Luca Seal for the race lead out of turn number 3. And I cannot believe I'm going to say this again. The rain that I'm seeing outside of the right-hand side of the commentary box window is intensifying. And you can see that the rain is starting to come down. So we have got yellow flags at Marshall Post 1. Someone's off on the outskirts of turn 2. It's actually Jaden Teen. Jaden Teen's got it's Jaden Teen who's got the race lead, it looks like, possibly. Just going to wait to see. Well, someone's got the race lead and has got a country mile and a half ahead of everybody else. Look at this. Everyone's sideways. And that's the 396. That is Ava Anagnostiidis. And there's the number 367 of Macaulay Bishop. Sideways to the left-hand side was the back axle coming out of turn 10. You can now see the rain coming down. It's slow, but Tommy van der Stroy spin straight on and off at turn 12, rejoins. And he sort of like as if to say, what on earth was that? And that was Mika van der Pavert. I'm not too sure if van der Pavert had a hand in it. The conditions are slippery enough as it is, and if it was unsighted or accidental, hang on a second, Jake Bezelbeck is leading. Okay. Now this says to me, as Macaulay Bishop goes rally crossing, he's gone off and just lost second. I think Jake Bezelbeck saw it coming and went, we're going on wets. Because now the rain is starting to come down. We've still got 6 3/4 minutes to go. I cannot, but if Jake Bezelbeck is on wets, that is an absolute masterstroke from the team at RTM Racing Team Margraf. And Jake Bezelbeck started 14th, and the rain is now coming. The rain is hitting hard now. It's gonna get to that point where some of these drivers are gonna go, I really wish I'd actually put my wetsuit on and put the wet tyres on. Adish Mehta out, Manolo Sandin out, Martin Gaskins out, Michadier out. The rain's now starting to intensify once again. Ava Anagnostiidis out. We're down to 28 carts. You are on an ice rink right now for those drivers out there. It is absolutely teeing it down now, and it's really coming down. It's pelting down. Jaden Teen now up to 10th place. As you can see, Macaulay Bishop in his Team UK race overalls on slick tyres. As it's getting a bit tetchy out there, these drivers are really... This rain is really intensifying, of course. It's going to be the case that one driver's going to go off, and there is one off. A GKS driver, that's Jasper Lane. It's off the circuit, off of turn number 5. Just keeping my eyes out for any possibility of a decision being made. Reference the race conditions. A lot of the drivers chanced it, went onto slicks. I wasn't 100% sure about the weather conditions atmospherically up above us here at the race circuit. We have had a time penalty. 3 seconds being given to the 317. Robbie Stordeur, 2 wheels out of the tram lines on the race start, thereby breaking formation as Macaulay Bishop tries to keep the 367 Lando Norris entry very much along with Mika van der Pavert in front, and has just got through, but he's going to run a little bit wide. He's trying to apply the power. But in these conditions, if you're on slick tyres, you know who the best person would be to ask in this kind of situation? Just ask Jenson Button when he raced for McLaren at the 2011 F1 Canadian Grand Prix. 5 pit stops, and then beat Sebastian Vettel, who makes a mistake on slick tyres on a partially wet race circuit. And it's one of the... Freddie Ingram now, I think, has called it time, has just thought, you know what, I'm not chancing it. Because in this kind of one-off event, you've also got to think about the mechanical sympathy. And the biggest part of it is also the chassis underneath you. Right, new penalty coming in. 386 gets a 5-second time penalty for push to pass, which effectively would be called a bump and run. So the 386 is Mika van der Pavert in P3. So I know for a fact. Now, am I seeing anything else apart from rain? I'm seeing hail again. I can see it hitting the roof just outside of the right end. So when I look at the start-finish straight, if I look out the right-hand side, there's a roof line and there are small specks of hail coming down. That's going to make it even worse for these drivers now. And if that starts intensifying, and we have what exactly we had in the lunch break earlier on, mechanical black flag has just been shown to the 333 of Matej Radenkovic. You can see the hail's coming down. Hail's now coming down. Oh, dearie, dearie me, I cannot believe this. A lot of these drivers deciding to go on slick tyres, and there's more drivers off, one of which is the 330 has just gone off of turn number 2. And that was Enzo Boll. Enzo Boll, that's going to be a very, very muddy kart. So yellow flags at Marshall Post 1. You can see now that it's not just rain, there is hail, there's small hailstones coming down from the sky. I think it's at a... Yeah, and it's starting to intensify in its own right. We are about 2.25 minutes plus an additional lap away from the end of this race. This is now where the drivers have just got to be very, very careful. There's Van der Stroys in the 301. He's ahead of Jaden Teen. Just behind them might be, that's possibly, yeah, that's the 368. Ralph van der Pavert. Daniel Stell has just parked it. So he's another one that didn't want to chance it either. There's also a Dams Racing Kart in there. Sebastian Koch making some good inroads. So, and now the rain and the hail have gone away, but they have still got a worse track than what they started with earlier on. So now down to 26 drivers. Possibly make that 25 if Enzo Boll has retired. And all, that's Luca Thiel, that's Mika van der Pavert. Luca Thiel backwards off onto the mud and the grass off of turn number 2. And Luca Thiel picking up the kart by the back axle. His wetsuit boots going through the mud whilst pulling the kart back, unassisted. And this just goes to show, I mean, Enzo Boll, the casualty list is insane right now. We have got Enzo Boll, Jori Schoens, Robbie Stodder, Matej Radenkovic having a mechanical black flag, Daniel Stell, Freddie Ingram, Ava Anagnostiidis, Baptiste Michaudière, Martin Gaiskens, Manolo Sendar, and Aidish Mehta. That is a big, big list. That is 11 drivers out of this race. We still have 30 seconds to go, plus an additional lap. I'm sure there might be a bit more feverish activity in the pit lane, the dummy grid, before the second junior Rotax heat, which will be coming up next. But obviously that depends on if there is a bit of a delay accordingly. So Jake Bezelbeck, last time around, was leading, and Jake Bezelbeck still leads. I cannot believe what I'm going to say here. Jake Bezelbeck is leading by, according to the live timing, 53.9 seconds is his lead. Final lap is underway. Yeah, Jake Bezelbeck is on the final lap, and everyone else is being shown blue flags because Bezelbeck's just coming through out of turn number 4. I've just clocked him. Yeah, Jake Bezelbeck from RTM Racing Team Margraf. If I see that he's got wet tyres on that kart, it's going to be the best decision that team have made for him. Everyone else is just trying to get home. And everyone else is on the final lap now, but they're a lap down on him. Jake Bezelbeck has done an absolute blinder this time around. Who'd have thought it, from 14th on the grid? There comes Macaulay Bishop. I've just seen Tommy van der Stroys. Jaden Thien is coming through. Ralph van der Pavert, and also Lawrence Herboz. Now, where is Jake Bezelbeck? I'm keeping an eye for the 328. 326 has just come through. 370, 377, and there's Jake Bezelbeck. Bezelbeck is now coming through in the 328. And this has been one of the biggest margins I've ever commentated on, seeing a driver come across the line. Let's see it. Jake Bezelbeck wins by an absolute masterstroke, and I'm going to wait to see what happens, what the distance is, because the live timing couldn't keep up with it. There's Sverre Ubben off the circuit as well. Jake Bezelbeck is on his cool-down lap, whereas everyone else is still racing. So Jake Bezelbeck, let's see, is that kart on wet tyres? Yes, it is. RTM Racing Team Margraf have just pulled the biggest play on anybody in this race. Bezelbeck wins. I'm waiting for Macaulay Bishop. We've got to wait for the for everyone to cross the line, because a lot of people might have thought, well, that race was done and dusted. Jake Bezelbeck, I think, has won pretty much by nearly a lap. So Macaulay Bishop is coming through to take second place. So the checkered flag will wave. Jake Bezelbeck is on his way to pit lane. Macaulay Bishop finishes nearly 1 minute and 10 seconds behind. 69.081 seconds, to be precise, was the winning margin. Van der Stroys, third. Jaden Thien, fourth. Ralph van der Pavert, Lawrence Herboz, Sebastian Koch, Scott Westhovens, Mika van der Pavert, Kevin Navis, Giorgio Markenstein, Dante Sima, Jasper Leenertz. Sverre Ubben, who's off the circuit, might not place in the top 15, but it'll be Lloyd Hare up from 31st to at least 14th. Ahead of Bram Plomp, Tom Longnoir, Vincent van Kerkhoffen, Alexander Lemaire-Sikra, Luca Thiel, Puck Gubbles, and Wout Kirstens. Drivers out of the race: Enzo Boll, Jori Schoens, Robbie Stodder, Matera Denkovic, Daniel Stell, Freddie Ingram, Iva Anagnostiidis, Baptiste Michaudière, Martin Gaiskens, Manolo Sendar, and Aidish Mehta round out the retirees. But Jake Bezelbeck winning by just under 70 seconds on wet tyres when everyone chanced on slicks, and the weather was clearly in his favour today for Heat 2 for senior Rotax. Now time for race 8 out of 12 today on Heats Day. It's race 2, Heat 2 for Junior Rotax. Let's take you through the starting grid. On pole position, it's going to be Thomas Verheyen, and alongside him on the front row will be Germany's Noah Janssen. Bram van der Weyken and Ryan Bourguignon will be on row 2. Lieke van Berkel and Alexander van Meeuwen on row 3, followed by Boris Maximov and Luca Sells, who complete the 4th row. Jim Back, due to start 9th, might leave an open gap there, and alongside him will be Cameron Nelson. Lars Lambers and Filip Wisniewski round out the top 12. Max Siderski also not having broken the timing beam just yet, but might also be starting from the dummy grid. He's due to start 13th. João Maria Pereira from Portugal in 14th, ahead of Jake Woods, Tom Herger, Isaac Barker, and Enzo Riccio from Finland. Once more, the sun has decided to grace us with its warmth and presence. So once more, it's going to be another 7-minute plus an additional lap race. So if Jim Back and Max Siderski have opted to start from the dummy grid, they will have to wait until the start gets going. And I've just noticed a significant amount of changes that will happen for the second heats of seniors that have just transpired. I count 30, possibly 12 front-fairing penalties in that race. But I'm not at all surprised with the amount of, the amount of retirements and also the massive change in weather. So again, the blue skies are starting to show up above, which I think a lot of people will be grateful of at this moment. But whether the weather may change again is anyone's guess. I'm sort of keeping my fingers crossed and, touch wood, that it is going to stay as it is right now. And for those people wondering, if you're mentioning about Jarno Opmeer, he does not run in this championship. So, Jochen DRS, I hope I've answered your question on that one. So the drivers now will make their way through towards the final corner. Red lights are on the starting gantry as we get set for the penultimate heat for the Junior Rotax division here at Genk. Into the tram lines, revs rise. Lights are on, lights are not out. We are under full start conditions. So the drivers will now make their way around for another formation lap. So if race director Martin Leiner is not happy with the starts, he will send them around for another time. If it's a second time that it doesn't happen, then it will be a red flag situation where we'll stop the drivers on the start-finish straight, and then the relevant discussions with the relevant parties will be had. No problem at all, Jochen DRS. So if you are watching and you want to ask a question about the series at any point, please feel free to do so. I am monitoring the YouTube chat as we speak. And keep your eyes peeled on once we get all the confirmed heat winners from today, and then also the confirmed ranking after heats, we will be posting on our Jochen DRS. Well, Jochen, if you're that close to the track, you can pop on in. You can come down and actually watch the racing here. Absolutely free. That's one of the beautiful things about karting. There is a grandstand that you can watch from. So, feel free to pop on down tomorrow if you want for finals day. We'd be more than happy to welcome you. So, once again, they get under starters orders for the second time of asking. As now, out of the final corner. Revs rise, lights are on. This time, lights are out first time, we're underway. And into turns 1 and 2 they go. And, I've just seen 2 karts exit pit lane. So that was both Jim Back and Max Siderski. 1 kart going very, very wide out of turn number 3. Oh, I hope your son gets well, Jochen. So home office at the moment with his son, with my 3-year-old son. Well, hopefully he gets well soon. It was 6.5 minutes of this race still to go. The drivers still kicking off quite a bit of spray at the minute as they head through into turn 7. But at the moment, it is Noah Janssen that leads the way as they come out of turn number 11 for the first time. And then we come around the 12th and final corner of this 1.36 kilometre circuit. Janssen leads the way in the 2-3-1. Second, it's Verheyen. Third, it's Bourguignon. There's a little bit of a scrap just outside of the top 10 coming across the line. Lieke van Berkel, João Maria Pereira, Cameron Nelson and Lucas Sells up, round out the top 8. Bran van der Weken has dropped all the way down to 9th and is being chased down by Jake Woods in the number 205, representing the United Kingdom. Noah Janssen goes wide through out of turn number 6. As, someone's done a bit of grass tracking. Oh, that's a real shame there for Jake Woods in the 205. He manages to get the cart back onto the tarmac. Might have lost a couple of positions and dropped himself outside of the top 10. Meantime, Bourguignon has an opportunity to get through on Thomas Verheyen. And out of the drivers that we've got here, I would say that you're looking at the likes of Janssen, Bourguignon, also Cameron Nelson, probably the most experienced. There's mistake there through out of turn 11. And Thomas Verheyen darts up the inside of Noah Janssen. Janssen scrabbling for traction. Verheyen gets through. Bourguignon gets through. Now Janssen, is he going to get the pair of them coming out of the final corner? He switched to the inside. He got through on the French driver, but not through on the Belgian. And you can see just by these wet weather conditions, when the drivers are trying to turn the carts in and rotate them, there is a lot of significant understeer. But Boris Maximov has managed to keep himself trying to close on in on the 3 in front as the race leader Verheyen goes off the track. Oh, dearie me. Verheyen, I don't know how he kept onto the race lead there, but he managed just to keep the foot planted to the floor. And in the meantime, down the Europlan through at turn 7, there goes Boris Maximov on Ryan Bourguignon. So Verheyen came out of turn 5. The back end stepped out. He went onto the grass with 2 wheels, kept the foot planted to the floor and still managed to stay ahead. Noah Janssen was trying to get through, so was Ryan Bourguignon. So it just goes to show that sometimes it's about luck and skill. As now there's going to be a change for third again, as Janssen trying to close on in once more on Thomas Verheyen for that race lead. And the Belgian putting an absolute sterling defence on at the moment. Verheyen still leads. Janssen second. Third, it's Maximov. Fourth, it's Bourguignon. Top 4 covered by 8 tenths as Thomas Verheyen just managed to stay ahead and Boris Maximov got through on Noah Janssen. That is just the way that Thomas Verheyen just went very, very deep into turn 2, turned the cart right, pointed the cart in the direction he wanted to go, hit the throttle, and was very, very close to nearly being T-boned by Maximov and also Janssen at the same time out of turn number 2. That would have been very, very close and a bit too dicey. You've got to be very, very careful, but you've got to have full commitment in yourself to do something like that. And it looked like Thomas Verheyen did have that in spades, and now he's trying to build a little bit of a lead. Meantime, Ryan Bourguignon trying to get through on Noah Janssen for P3, closing in on them. It's going to be João Maria Pereira from Portugal. And he was also in the Minimax class last year, so quite a few drivers moving up from Minimax to juniors. Boris Maximov made the transition last year up to this class. A little bit of squabbling a little bit further back. Probably where you got Max Sidursky, so it's probably around about 11th to 13th place. Actually make that for the top 10. So there's Lucas Sells, there's Max Sidursky. Just behind them is the 242 of Lars Lambers. Jake Woods, in the meantime, has got himself back up into what is 8th position. There's Alexander Van Meeuwen in the 227. As, oh, dearie me, Lucas Sells off the track now. Same place as what we saw with Thomas Verheyen. And that is bringing all kinds of muck onto the circuit. So as soon as they do that, and they hook the wheels onto the outside part of that particular location on the circuit, heading into turn 6, there's a little bit of a curbing before you actually go into the right-hand hairpin. And what can happen is that the wheels, the inner side wheel will hook, And then the grip on the tyres, of course, using the wet weather tyres, that will churn up the grass and the mud underneath. But it is Thomas Verheyen who is leading the way, but how close is Boris Maximov? Well, Maximov has got company again. So it is going to be Noah Janssen and Ryan Bourguignon between second, third and fourth, give or take, as Maximov is off the circuit big time. Oh, dearie me, he went straight off at turn 2, and look at the state of that kart. I can guarantee you this much, his mechanic will not be jet washing that down in between the sessions. It's gone from white and green to brown and muddy, that Tony Kart chassis. No, just been going a little bit too fast in terms of momentum through into turns 1 and 2, and it just went straight on, and that was all she wrote. And thereby, Noah Janssen regains second place. Ryan Bourguignon up to P3. So that means that João Maria Pereira will be fourth. Bran van der Weyken, I think, is in 5th place. Jake Woods might actually be making some headway as well. He did a really good effort in the first heat. As the timer has expired, we've got one more lap to go after this one. So Thomas Verheyen leads the way. Janssen, second. Bourguignon, third. Pereira from Portugal in 4th. So who's 5th? It's Bran van der Weyken. 6th, it's Jake Woods. 7th is Max Sidursky. Cameron Nelson, who won the opening heat, is still in 8th. Maximov managed to rejoin, and in 9th place, in a very muddy Tony kart, Lars Lambers in the number 242 rounds out the top 10, as the final lap is pretty much 50% completed. So after this, we'll have our final set of heats. So 4 more races to go before we call time on today's action, and then the racing will resume tomorrow with the super heats and then the finals. But I think there might have been a little bit of a skirmish just a few seconds ago, I think heading into turn 8. But there is Thomas Verheyen in the 282. Noah Janssen close, but not enough so far this weekend for a race win. But Verheyen started from pole, and he's going to lead the field across the start-finish line. Thomas Verheyen, the 282 from Belgium, will become the second different winner in Junior Rotax. Cameron Nelson, Heat 1. Thomas Verheyen, Proficiat, Heat 2 winner. Noah Janssen takes second, 9/10 behind the 282 from Belgium. Ryan Bourguignon in third, and parabéns, João Maria Pereira started down in 14th and finishes 4th. Max Sidursky up 8 positions from 13th on the grid to finish 5th. Bran van der Weyken 6th. Jake Woods 7th. Cameron Nelson 8th. Maximov was possibly on course for a top 3 finish, but with a couple of laps to go, went off the circuit, into the mud, off of turn 2, and he ends up 9th. Lars Lambers, Alexander Van Meeuwen, Lieke van Berkel, Tom Reger, Lucas Hals, Enzo Riccio, Isaac Barker, Jim Back, and Philip Wisniewski round out the finishing order. So 2 different winners. First up, Nelson, now Verheyen. Who could be the winner in Heat 3 later on today? So 8 races down. Here's race number 9. Heat 3 for Mini and Mini Rookie. Let's have a look at the starting grid one more time. Victor Reut starts on pole position. Mayas Mazinas will be alongside this time on the front row. Patrikas Jokius and Jeff Verbeek will be on row 2, ahead of Zen Lindemann and Vic van Kampenhout, who complete the top 3 rows. Rounding out the top 10, it's the 171 of AJ Berggraaf, the 130 of Vince van der Holland, the 177 of Ryan Rivers, and the 193 of Jack Freeman. Top 20 completed by the following drivers: Ali Kallenberg, Pauline van Preet, Ryan Rampadarath, Gage Moyes, Jesse Moonen, Jenthe Moonen, Taffin Iskanen, Arthur Farrow, Albert Farrow, and Germany's Kimi May. Plamen Georgiev, Leon Herbos, Tristan Shays, and Tristan Abeels round out the top 24, followed by Devrim Yater. Ava Lawrence, due to start 26th, hasn't broken the timing beam as the rain again has made its presence felt once more. Maria Roberto and Theo Steindal round out the starting grid of 28 drivers. So once again, we are set and readied for another race. The dark grey clouds have started coming in again. This just goes to show, I did mention this at the top of the broadcast, that whoever can weather, the person that can really sort of maintain a consistent approach, and by that I mean get the results. And in that respect, it is a case of whoever is the most consistent will be the one that is leading the ranking after heats after today. And I know everyone will be breathing a big sigh of relief and will want to get all the kit tried out. So race suits, wetsuits, wet boots, race boots. Clean the chassis off, make it look nice and neat and as pristine as you can, because there may be some scuffed up side pods or front bumpers along the way. However, this is a full start. So already, because of the fact that the weather has changed and there was no real formation being brought in by the two at the front end of the field, Victor Reut and Mayas Mazinas, race director Martin Leiner has instructed the drivers, it's a full start, they go around again. Seemed like Mayas Mazinas was in a little bit of a hurry, to be honest with you, on the run out of turn number 8. Right. One driver has just pulled into pit lane. Now, I'm not too sure if it might be the case they sense that the rain is worsening. The rain is starting to fall, so let's see what happens. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines. Lights are on. Lights are out, second time of asking. Victor Reut leads the field into turns 1 and 2. And there goes Patrikas Jokius up the inside of countryman Mayas Mazinas, who's lost a handful of places and has dropped to around about P6. As one of the Birolais RTs manages to get round on the other. I think that might have been Zen Lindemann. Oh, right, we've had a bit of a drama. That's Ryan Rivers. Oh, someone's lost something off of their cart. There's the 102 that has just gone off the circuit. So the 102 being that of Taffin Iskanen from Finland. Ryan Rivers was pointing, unfortunately, the wrong way. So was pointing towards the right-hand side of the exit out of turn number 4, which is not where you want to be. But it is, at the moment, a 3-kart battle at the front end of the field. The leader of which is Victor Reutz. He's already won Heat 1. In Heat 2, Zen Lindemann from the Netherlands. Patrick Asiokis in second. Who's third as they come across the stripe. AJ Berggraf. Fourth, it's Kees Moyes, who's rocketed up the order from 14th to 4th. Zen Lindemann is battling away with the likes of Arie Kallenberg, as all dramas there for Theo Steindal in the number 33 on the Energy chassis. So again, I think drivers just getting a little bit too close for comfort. They do say that rubbing's racing, but karting is a non-contact sport. And there have been a couple of incidents whereby drivers have just ended up collecting each other. And when you have very different weather conditions, it can be very difficult to have to stomach that. They've also just said that, just really a note for the mechanic of Ava Lawrence in the 180, the transponder's got a low battery, so it does need to be recharged post this session, but then at least you'll have plenty of time to charge it ready for the superheat tomorrow. As again, it's just being very, very careful. Arie Kallenberg, Zen Lindemann, just modulating that throttle coming out of turn 10. Normally in dry conditions, you're trying to put the throttle down as hard as you can. There's a moment there for Zen Lindemann through out of turn number 12 and has lost at least one place. AJ Berggraf is trying to put the frighteners on Patrick Asiokis, who has competed at the grand finals, represented Team Lithuania last year in this division. Looking forward to catching up with the people at Drift and Go for the opening round of this year's Rotax Max Challenge Nordic season, which is happening on the first weekend of June. Well, it has the crossover late May, early June. Lovely place in the world. Looking forward to going back. So had the opportunity to meet Patrikas and his family, but is still very much in the hunt for the race lead at this moment. Victor Reutz still leads the way. AJ Berggraf in the 171, looking to try and get through. Also running on the same kind of machinery as Victor Reutz. So 3 minutes and 20 still to go in this last heat. Leading the way in mini rookie is Ryan Rampadarath in the number 32. Currently exactly where he qualified, 13th position. Top 3 covered by just over 9/10. Kees Moyes has got a lot of time to find in the next 3 minutes plus an additional lap. New fastest lap of the race, Marius Mazinas in the 151, who is behind the 110 of Jente Moonen. A 1:16.854. Optimum lap time based on the fastest 3 sectors overall. A 1:16.746, but it looks like there was a slight error there by Zen Lindemann, and Arie Kallenberg, I think, might have just gotten through. Or it might have been Jeff Verbeek. I think it might have been Jeff Verbeek because Kallenberg was ahead of Lindemann before the move was attempted by Jeff Verbeek. Vince van der Hallen, Ryan Rampadarath, Kimi May and Devrim Yater round out the top 15. And now here's the battle between drivers 128 and 126. So Arie Kallenberg being chased down by Jeff Verbeek. Another position lost by Zen Lindemann, this time to Vince van der Hallen. As Verbeek get... Oh, right. Was that Pauline van Breet? It is. And she's having to wait a lengthy time to rejoin the circuit. So Pauline van Breet spins around at the outskirts of turn number 10. Meantime, AJ Berggraf trying to put the frighteners once again on the number 125 of GS Racing's Patrick Asiokis, but to no avail at the minute. 90 seconds plus 1 lap to go. So it'll give us probably in total, bearing in mind the lap times that these drivers have been doing, we've been hitting as low as a 1:16.8. And at the front end of the field, we're hitting low 1:17. So give or take 2 or 3 laps. Victor Reitz. This will really help him out, and that will put him on pole position for the Superheat tomorrow morning. So, of course, Mini and Mini Rookie, this is their final heat. So all drivers competing in their respective classes over 3 heats, and then it will then be decided. But I think Victor Reitz, the way he's done at the moment, is going to get 2 wins out of 3. Sven Lindemann will have to try and struggle through the Superheat tomorrow. But the Superheat is where it really counts, and then it decides the grid for the final, and then it is winner take all. No points, no championship standings up for grabs. It is a straight-out fight for the win. And there is Kej Moyes, who's now ahead of Lithuania's Majus Mazinas. And that is for 5th place on the road. So Kej Moyes really factoring in. That's now a 9th position gained in this race. Started 14th on the grid for all 3 races. And this is his first year, Gaze, as a Minimax driver. Could be a possible overtake happening here as Majus Mazinas gets through on the 1:34 for the Netherlands. Timer has now officially expired. And next time around, we get the final lap. As Victor Reitz will make his way through the final corner. And 1,360 metres separates Victor Reitz, and 2 race wins here on Heats Day. Final lap underway, and he's got a gap of nearly a 1.5 seconds over Patrick Asiokis, AJ Berggraaf, Jens Moonen, Majus Mazinas, Kej Moyes, Vic van Kampenhout, Jeff Verbeek, Vince van der Hollen, and Ali Kallenberg round out the top 10 positions. Every single one of the 28 drivers that started the race are set to finish the race. And great work by Maria Roberto from the United Kingdom. She's made up 12 places. She's gone from 26th to 14th, but hold the phone. Theo Steindal, the number 33, started 28th and last, and is on course to be a couple of positions outside of the top 10 and win the Mini Rookie race for the final time today. But when the smoke has cleared, the storm had been challenging and had been conquered. One driver is going to pick up his 2nd win of the day. The 176 of Belgium's Victor Reitz provisionally books himself on pole position for tomorrow's Superheat. Patrick Asiokis in 2nd. AJ Berggraaf rounds out the top 3. A very, very happy and jubilant Jens Moonen, making up 12 places from 16th on the grid to finish P4. Majus Mazinas beating Kej Moyes for 5th, ahead of Vic van Kampenhout, Jeff Verbeek, Vince van der Hollen, and Arie Kallenberg rounding out the top 10. Kimi May finishes 11th, ahead of Theo Steindal, who takes 12th at the flag. Sven Lindemann, Ryan Rampadarath, and Maria Roberto round out the top 15. Devrim Yater, Jesse Moonen, Taffy Niskanen, Pauline Van Preet, and Tristan Shays complete the top 20. Ava Lawrence, Albert Ferro, Tristan Abeels. Not a great race for Jack Freeman, I'm afraid. He finished down in 19th, ahead of Ryan Rivers, so both those drivers will look to fight back tomorrow. Arthur Ferro, Leon Herbos, and Plamen Georgiev round out the 28 finishers, all 28, finishing all 7 laps. But Victor Reitz, winning 2 out of 3 heats today, puts himself 1 step forward to becoming a BNL Karting Series kickoff champion. Time for race 10 out of 12, and it's heat 3 for DD2 and DD2 Masters. Let's take you through the starting grid. So a complete grid has been assembled, and no one's going to have to start from the dummy grid this time, but it's Devin Sigardi and Fredrik Zevis Christensen that will start on the front row. Nikita Genza and Jules Cousin will be on row 2. Row 3, it's the 414 of Noah Hipp and the 491 of Nico Guillaume. Brett Stein, the 519, will start from DD2 Masters pole position from the inside of row 4. He'll be joined by the 488 of Luca Neuenhausen. Paul Vorquemin, twice a race winner. Can he do the clean sweep? He starts from the inside of row 5 and completing the top 10 alongside him. The 403 representing Germany, Dominik Heuters. Mats Johann Overhoff and Michael Becker round out row 6 with Marek Mak and Louis Koch rounding out the top 7 rows. Karl Klebor and Christophe Capitin row 8 with Kilian Gerhardt, Maximilian Adolf and Sung Hung Moon rounding out the 19 strong. Everyone able to start their karts and get off of the dummy grid. We're going to very shortly go on to the formation lap once every one of the 19 drivers have got past the start-finish line. The red lights will be ignited on the starting gantry ahead of 10 minutes plus 1 lap of racing. As the weather shifts again, the hail has returned, and significantly, the drivers are lined up. This is going to be one of them. This is going to be like skating on an ice rink. This is the ferocity that we saw during the lunch break of the hail. You can see it picture in picture. The deluge is significant, but the drivers are ready. They're primed to go racing. One more time here on Heat State for the kickoff. Into the tram lines. Revs rise, lights are on. Lights are out, we are underway. Who's going to get to turn 2 first? Sigardi leads the field. Just behind him is Nikita Genza in the 407. Sigardi loses out on the race lead. And there's a couple of karts just behind, one of which I noticed was a Door Motorsport kart. And also somebody else, possibly could have been Michael Becker. As the hail continues to fall, the drivers will be absolutely freezing, but the adrenaline going through their veins, coursing through their veins, will keep them very much alert all the way through. But then you've got to factor in the fact that clothing will be saturated. We'll need a deep clean and a good dry out after this. And then also the chassis will definitely need to be cleaned after this one. It's Noah Hipp that leads the way. Jules Cousin in second. Third, Paul Vorquemin. I did say, will he possibly do the clean sweep of 3 race wins from 3 heats, which would put him on pole for the super heat tomorrow? Well, he's pretty much at this moment, even if he finishes third, he has got himself assured to be on that pole position spot, and by golly, has he earned it. Kilian Gerhardt has jumped up the order from 17th and is now 5th. Nicolas Guillaume is the sole driver that's stopping the French from getting another top 4 result like we saw in Heat 1 earlier on today. Fredrik Zevis Christensen, however, has tumbled down the order. Oh, now, who was that? I've just seen someone go straight on at turn 2 and has just pulled off and let everyone else past. I've got a feeling, I'm wondering who that was. I'll wait until the timing comes through, or I notice the number on the chassis coming out of turn number 11. So Noah Hip leads from Jules Cousin. Paul Forquemin rounds out the top three. Guillaume, Guérin, Pritzai leading Masters. And then it's the 403 of Reuters. Michael Becker didn't actually have a drama earlier on, but I'm going to wait to see who the last kart is coming through. It might be a little bit further back. It is Fredrik Zebis Christensen. That kart was filthy. Absolutely filthy. Very much like Boaz Maximov's kart in the last heat for juniors. Well, the hail has subsided, and it's now shifted back into rain once again. But the rain is not significant. Look at Neuhausen trying to get through out of turn number 6, having to correct using steering and throttle manipulation inputs. And he's closely followed by the 504 of Michael Becker. Pritzai looking to stop Christophe Capitan's run of form when it comes to DD2 Masters victories so far today. And Capitan at the moment has 2. So whichever way you put it, the way things are standing is that Capitan is on course. If he stays in the top 2, you can bet your bottom dollar he's pretty much assured of being on pole position and being the leader of after the ranking after heats, once everything's been confirmed and ratified. Christophe Capitan at the moment is P4. There is Pritzai, still ahead of Dominic Reuters in the 403 from Dawn Motorsport. But Noah Hip has a lead of just over 1 second ahead of Jules Cousin. Paul Forquemin a further second adrift in P3. Nicolas Guillaume is in 4th place. Devin Sigardi has managed to recover up to 10th as things stand. Not been an easy one for the Estonian. A retirement after contact between himself and it looked like it was Fredrik Zebis Christensen in the opening heat. Then both him and Pritzai were late for the entrance to the dummy grid and then had to start from the pit lane. So for AGS Racing, it's been a difficult one so far. But of course, as I said, tomorrow it is a winner-take-all situation. So whoever wins the final is the winner of the BNL Karting Series kickoff. Just in the same vein as we've had in previous years, like, say, the Golden Trophy and the Grand Festival, which we hosted last year here at Karting Genk. So 2 nice little battles here. Pritzai versus Dominic Reuters. Luca Neuenhausen versus Michael Becker. Neuenhausen is now dropping the 504. And it's closing in on Reuters, who might have an opportunity of slipstream down the Europalan. Thought he might have had a possible go at it there, but decided better of it. So now it's a case of how much of a lead can Pritzai get over Michael Becker. So Becker yet to win a race today. Pritzai yet to win a race today. Christophe Capitan has already got 2 in the pocket. Well, it's not going to be 3 from 3 for Paul Forquemin. He's 3.2 seconds behind the race leader of Noah Hip. But with that kind of performance that Paul Forquemin has had all weekend long, that just goes to show that if you get 2 wins, like we've just seen with Victor Reutz, we've got the seniors coming up next, and there's 2 different winners from 2 different races so far. So race 3, I'm going to be interested to see how that plays out. And then, of course, we've got juniors being the final races out on track before we call time on today. And for those wondering, when will things start tomorrow? Well, the live stream will start at 10:20 tomorrow morning on the live stream, and the racing action will get underway with the first superheat at 10:30. Pritzai still keeping Dominic Reuters at bay, but Reuters was trying to sweep to the outside, possibly at turn 11. Nearly opened the doors there for Luca Neuenhausen, and Michael Becker makes it 4 in this train. So this is a very, very nice little battle that we're seeing. Louis Koch has now decided to call time on this race, and that's probably pretty much going to put him on the back foot for the superheat tomorrow. Noah Hip in the meantime. There's the move from Dominic Reuters on Pritzai. Michael Becker nearly got through on Luca Neuenhausen for effectively that place, which would have been 8th. But then he would have been very close to the back bumper of Pritzai. So the race lead and what could possibly more than likely be the win, Luca Neuenhausen now up the inside of Pritzai through turn 7, which means Sai is now in the firing line of Michael Becker on the Comp Kart chassis, who looks to the inside at turn number 8, and the 504 from Hagen in Germany unable to get through. But there is still time. There's 1 minute and 35 seconds. Plus an additional lap. Becker looks to the outside through into turn 10 to try and get the crisscross. They are wheel to wheel through into 11, and Becker's gone there. As Becker got it round the outside, he did. He got it. He got the job done, did Michael Becker. Pritzai, I think didn't get the traction out of turn 11, and Michael Becker went, right, well, he came out of turn 10. Becker went, right, I'll fire it around the outside and see what happens. And he got the job done. That's great to see Michael Becker put off a move like that around the outside at turn 11 in these weather conditions. So Noah Hip still leading the way by 1.4 seconds out of Jules Cousin, Paul Fauquemin in third, Nico Guillaume and Kylian Guerra. Looks like Nikita Genza is out of the race as well. It looks like he's part the 407, the Kart Republic entry from Dorn Motorsport, and that is a real shame. Brings us down to 17 drivers, rounded out by Maximilian Adolphe in the 424. So with 25 seconds left to go, there's, oh, now that's a bit of an opportunistic move there to try and get through on the inside of turn 9 by Luca Neuenhausen on the number 403 of Dominic Reuters, and Reuters still holding on. 2 laps to go, including this one. And Jules Cousin, new fastest lap of anybody. He's just gone purple. Went purple. He's the fastest driver in sectors 2 and 3. Noah Hip is the fastest in sector 1. Maximilian Adolphe has just pulled in and has just decided, well, after 6 laps, I've had enough. I want to get warm again. So Cousin, 1.2 seconds behind the race leader. And Frederick Sebis Christensen has got past Malek Mack. Very, very different story to what I remember seeing with Frederick back in senior Rotax over the past couple of seasons. It's been a difficult transition. Some drivers will get into DD2 and they will instantly acclimatise to it. There'll be others that might have a little bit of a struggle over those first couple of tries. Paul Fauquemin was a little bit of an exception to the rule, but the final lap is underway. Noah Hip now making his way through into turns 1 and 2. There's Mats-Johan Overhoff coming through out of turn number 8. And he's just ahead of man they call De Backer, the fastest baker I know, Carl Clebor, runs multiple runs multiple bakeries. And I think I might need to procure some before I go home after the first round of the BNL Karting Series in a couple of weeks' time. But the final lap very much underway. Race leaders. I'm now trying to pick them out at the moment. So it will be the case that very shortly we will see the number 414 of Noah Hip. Sebis Christensen comes out of turn 11, as does Malek Mack. And so does Sung Hung Moon. And Noah Hip is now making his way out of turn 11. And the Frenchman keeps it a clean sweep for the French. It's not going to be the one that Paul Fauquemin wanted, but you know what? He's going to take P3. Jules Cousin takes second, but it's Noah Hep that wins the final heat for DD2 and DD2 Masters here at Genk and wins it by 1 3/4 seconds. Jules Cousin takes second. Paul Fauquemin pretty much has assured himself to be on pole position for the super heat tomorrow. He rounds out the top 3. Nicolas Guillaume in 4th, Kylian Guérin in 5th. And Guérin, the biggest mover up the order, 12 places from 17th to round out the top 5. Dominic Reuters in 6th, fends off Luca Neuenhausen for 6th place. Michael Becker picks up the win in DD2 Masters ahead of Pritzai, with Devin Sigardi now coming across the line to finish in 10th. Next up, it will be the number 401 of Mats Johan Overhoff that will cross the line 11th. Carl Klebort 12th and 3rd in Masters. Just waiting for a few more other drivers to cross the stripe, which will include the likes of Christophe Capitan, 13th and 4th in Masters. And it'll be Frederick Sebis Christensen, Manik Mak and Sung Hung Moon that will complete the finishing order. Well, looks like Sebis Christensen decided to pull in early and felt there was no point coming across the line, so he will finish 16th with Maximilian Adolf out on lap 6, Nikita Genza lap 5, and Louis Koch out on lap 4. But Hip and Becker, winners in DD2 and DD2 Masters, here in the final heat of the BNL Karting Series kickoff for 2024. Now time to take you through the penultimate starting grid of Heat Day. It's race 11, Heat 3 for Senior Rotax is your starting grid. Tommy van der Stroys will start on pole position. Alongside him will be Luca Thiel in the 399. Enzo Bol and Tom Langlois, Enzo Bol and Mika van der Pavet due to start on row 2. Tom Langlois and Jasper Leenerts on row 3. Robbie Stauder due to start 7th on the inside of Ralph van der Pavet, but according to his transponder, hasn't crossed the starting line, so might be starting from the dummy grid. Sebastian Koch and Sverre Ubben will line up on row 5. Bram Plomp and Macaulay Bishop, row 6. Then it's Kevin Navis and Scott Westhovens. Jake Bezelbeck, winning by 68 seconds, starts on the inside of row 8. Alongside will be Mateo Denkovic. Jaden Teen, Martin Gaiskens, Lawrence Herbos, and Vincent Van Kerkhoffen ran at the top 20. Jori Schoens, Pat Gubbles, Wout Kirstens, Freddie Ingram, Aida Schmeta, Alexandre Lemaire-Sikre, Iva Anagnostiidis, Dante Sima, Baptiste Michadier, and Manolo Senda ran out the top 15 rows, with Lloyd Hare, Giorgio Markenstein, and Daniel Stell rounding out the 33-strong grid once again. So there will be a gap where the 317 of Robbie Stauder will be starting. So after this, we'll have just the junior Rotax final heat, and then it will be time called on the racing action today here for the opening race day of the 2024 BNL Karting Series season. Also heat day for the 2024 BNL Karting Series kickoff. So the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry for the final time for Senior Rotax here today. Into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on. Lights are out first time. We are underway as the field hurts its way down into turns 1 and 2 for the first time. It's going to be very, very tricky to negotiate your way through this. The drivers can use the runoff area on the exit of turn number 2 on the opening lap. After that, they can't use the runoff area at all. But now it's just dependent on who is going to put it a little bit on the line, so to speak. And look at the spray with the sunshine now hitting the circuit. You can just tell that these drivers are going to be putting everything on the limit. And it's so, you can see all 2 have already got off of the Europlan, and one's gone hurling into the air, back axle up and down, and still manages to keep it planted, throttles up, and goes straight over. Robbie Stauder, I've just been informed, is a non-starter in the 317. So 32 drivers taking the start. As a move by, looks to be Jaden Teen has made a move. Jake Bezelbeck, unfortunately, will not be getting the making the biggest play I've ever seen in a Rotax race ever to win by 68 seconds. Tommy van der Stroys, however, has a lead over Jaden Teen of 2.1 seconds. Enzo Bol in third. Mika van der Pavet, Sverre Ubben, Jasper Leenerts, Macaulay Bishop, Ralph van der Pavet, and then we've got Tom Langlois and Mateo Denkovic running out the top 10. So some drivers trying to make some moves up the order. Daniel Stell in the number 303 has made his way up from 33rd and last on the grid. That's 10 places gained effectively, even with the non-start of Robbie Stauder in the 317. You can see that some of the drivers are using the curbing going through into the entrance into turn number 8. Leynert's not being one of them. So with 7 minutes and 45 seconds to go, again, still a very heavily saturated circuit. So snap-on understeer going through corners, especially through turn 2. Snap-on oversteer when you're trying to power out of corners like, say, turn 10 and 11. It's incredibly difficult. And then whoever went up into the air, that person had bravery and then some. Right, we've had a little bit of a development. Martin Gaiskens has dropped down the order. So has also, I think, Martin Gaiskens has dropped down to... Oh, I can't... Oh, right, yellow flags at Marshall Post 7 heading into turn 12. I'm going to try and see if I can, from my point of view... there is a kart stranded on the racing line at turn 12 that's just managed to get going again. But I'm not too sure if there is somebody else. Okay, Marshall's going back to the post, but whoever that was, it might have been Idish Mehta in the 350 on the Birolart Middle East entry. Meantime, Macaulay Bishop looking to go up the inside of Enzo Boll. They nearly clash wheels coming out of turn 9, and Bishop gets through. And, Enzo Boll is not... Oh, that was a bit rough and ready there from Enzo Boll, I'm going to be honest with you. Macaulay Bishop, nice and clean through the inside. And Enzo tried to go around the outside of... Well, he was side by side with him going through turn number 10. And now Bishop is going to go up the inside, and he's sideways whilst applying the brakes. Snap-on understeer, or chronic understeer, keeps it around the outside at turn 2. That's actually Van der Pavet that's with him. So, yeah. Interesting decision there on Van der Pavet to put bright fluorescent green, nearly looks radioactive. But that's also to do with the colour scheme of SP Motorsport. Some drivers will have different, on part of the crest that's at the bottom of the nose cone on the front Nassau panel. You can see on Enzo Boll's, that's orange. Mika van der Pavet says bright green, or radioactive kryptonite or something like that, possibly. So you can differentiate between the karts. That's quite a nice little trick there, Stan Pex. I have to say chapeau to that one. But yeah, Jasper Leynertz has been in, making his way up the order. Been doing a lot, concentrating more on domestic stuff than international. So it's really good to see Jasper back in the paddock. I need to catch up with his dad Bert a little bit later on, who works in the automotive industry. 5 minutes down, 5 minutes to go. Tommy van der Stroys has a lead of 8.1 seconds. Seems like the writing might be on the wall a little bit there for that one. So far, we've had Jaden. We had Jaden Teen win a race, if I remember correctly. I'm trying to remember now. We've had 2 different winners so far. So Jake Bezelbeck winning race 2. And race 1, it was Macaulay Bishop. Jaden Teen got to within 2.2 seconds of him. So it is now all about, is it going to be 3 different winners from 3 different races? And it could be this and juniors where we have 3 different winners. Right, okay, 369 has been given a penalty. 5-second time penalty for, let's have a look, 369. That is, Freddie Ingram. Push to pass as deemed by race control. So Freddie Ingram will have an additional 5 seconds added to his total race time. He's currently running P21 as... Mika van der Pavet's had a bit of a drama in his own right. Sonic has ended up dropping down to 12th position and was not too far away from Tom Langlois, if I remember correctly. Meanwhile, Jasper Leynertz going a bit tighter on the racing line in comparison with Enzo Boll through turn number 4. And just behind them looks to be, that is Ralph van der Pavet, along with Lawrence Herboz and Mateo Denkovic. But who's in front of who? It's Radenkovic ahead of Herboz. So just behind them, they've got Tom Langlois in the 3.55. Yellow flags coming down into turn number 10. And we've got one cart that was backwards. So someone else having a drama. So I know that, I'm not too sure. Was it Aidish Mehta? Yes, it was. The number 350 from the UAE. As Van der Stroy just keeps on putting in the pounds in the laps. Sverre Ubben now up on the inside and through at turn 2 on Luca Thiel. That is for third place on the road, so this could be Sverre Ubben's best results of this race day so far. It all comes down to that final heat. With 2 minutes to go. Van der Stroy is comfortably ahead by well over 9 seconds. He could be heading into double digits the way he's driving at the moment, because last time around he was best part of the last time around. He did a 1 minute 12.567. Jaden Teen 1 minute 12.810 and went purple in Macaulay Bishop and went purple in sector 1. So Van der Stroy could have around about a 9-second gap between himself and Bishop. Van der Stroy now is coming through turn 3 as Bishop has just crossed the line, 9.2 seconds, and was literally equal on pace. Right. What's happened to Jasper Leenertz? He's dropped outside of the top 10. Puck Gubbles now in 21st, having dropped just out of the top 20. Aidish Mehta has already started to carry on, but here's a little bit of a scramble we're seeing. There is a Croc Promotion chassis that just came into shot. There's Jasper Leenertz, Sebastian Koch. So it's Kevin Navis in the 306 entry that's been battling away with the likes of Mika van der Pav and Vincent van Kouwkoffen. We have got just over 30 seconds remaining, plus an additional lap. We're on lap number 8 of this race. So Van der Stroy crosses the stripe now. 2 more laps to go. Bishop now will come across the line. What's the interval between the pair? 9.6 seconds. Van der Stroy just did a 1:12.4. A low 1:12.4. Bishop, a high 1:12.7. Nearly 4/10 the differential. So Tommy Van der Stroy might be able to extend that gap out to 10 seconds by the end of this race. But then that will give us 3 different winners. Macaulay Bishop, Jake Bezelbeck, and the way things are going, and it's looking like pretty much a formality now, Van der Stroy will take the win in heat number 3. Van der Pavet having to battle away in his own right. So the 398, I think, was battling over with Blam Blomp in the number 337. That's for 15th. But the timer has now officially expired in this 3rd and last senior Rotax heat. Final lap for Tommy Van der Stroy is now underway. Macaulay Bishop has now got that gap to just under 9.5 seconds. But there is the race leader. Van der Stroy hasn't really looked troubled at all in this race. The first 2 races, well, it's the what-if scenario. But through into turn 7, using a yellow clear visor. And just the way he's just inputting the steering. Coming through turn 8. Now into turn 9. 3 more corners to go. Van der Stroy started on pole position like he has done for every heat. But this one is where the luck has been on his side. And he's made it work. Made it count. So Bishop, Bezelbeck, Add Van der Stroys to that list as a 301 from Bouvin Power comes out of the final corner, lights out to checkered flag. A dominant win by Tommy Van der Stroys. And there is Macaulay Bishop. A great showing by the Brit from Hoddesdon. 10.1 seconds at the end of 10 laps. Sverre Ubben from GKS, take a bow. Up 7 places from 10th to finish P3. Jaden Teen, he's kept himself in the mix despite a qualifying that didn't quite go his way. He finishes P4. Ralph van der Pavet takes 5th ahead of Luca Thiel, Mateo Dankovic, Lawrence Herbos, Tom Longois, and rounding out the top 10, it's Jasper Leenerts. Enzo Bol, Kevin Navis, Vincent van Kerkhoven, Bram Plomp, Mika van der Pavet ran out the top 15. Ivar Adagnostiidis, Wout Kirsten, Scott Westhovens, Alexander Lemaire-Sikra and Puck Gubbles complete the top 20. Dante Sima, Yori Schoens, Freddie Ingram, Sebastian Koch, Manolo Senda, Giorgio Merkenstein, Daniel Stell, Lloyd Hare, Jake Bezelbeck, and Baptiste Michaudière rounding out the 30 that have now completed the distance, with Aidish Mehta from the UAE representing Biralat Middle East, finishing a lap down. Martin Gaiskens out on lap 2, and Robbie Stauder, a non-starter. Time to take you through the grid of the 12th and final heat. Well, I was just about to do that until somebody went off circuit trying to catch the number. That was the 285 of Lieke van Berkel. Well, here's your starting grid for heat 12 out of 12. It's heat 3, Junior Rotax, and here's your grid. Thomas Verheyen and Noah Janssen will start on the front row with Verheyen on pole position. Bram van der Weyken and Ryan Bourguignon will round out row 2, with Lieke van Berkel and Alexander van Meeuwen rounding out the top 3 rows. Boris Maximov and Lucas Sells round out row 4, with Jim Bach and Cameron Nelson completing the top 10. The 242 of Belgium's Lars Lambers, the number 203 of Philip Wisniewski from the Netherlands. Max Siderski also representing the Netherlands in the 297. João Pereira representing Portugal. Jake Woods from the United Kingdom in the 205. Tom Reger from Germany in the 206. Isaac Barker in the 253 from the UK. And last but by certainly no means least, the Flying Finn, the 259 of Enzo Riccio rounds out the grid. As the sun beats down here at Karting Genk, we exit out of the final corner. Revs rise, lights are on. Lights are out first time, and it's the run down to the first couple of corners. And it's going to be Noah Janssen that springs to the outside of Thomas Verheyen, but then loses out by going a little bit too deep. We've had one up in the air, we've had one spin around, and everyone has managed to get pointing back into the right direction. So the yellow flag at Marshall Post 1 quickly being retracted. Some drivers deciding to take a wide line into turn 6, others opting to use the inside curbing, which not only helps to stop the kart and rotate it, but it does sometimes invariably lose you a little bit of momentum. It is the 282 of Thomas Verheyen leading the way ahead of Noah Janssen. Third, it's going to be Bram van der Weyken. It's more than like, yeah, it's actually Ryan Bourguignon, it looks like. So we are going to complete the opening lap. So who is leading the way? Thomas Verheyen, Noah Janssen, Ryan Bourguignon, Alexander van Meeuwen, Max Siderski, Bram van der Weyken. As van der Weyken has just lost it. He's done a 180 as Lucas Sells dive-bombed up the inside. And I think it might have just been the case that Bram van der Weyken hit the brakes. It locks up the rear axle, spun him around and into the mud. And you can see by the body language of van der Weyken, clearly not at all happy. But sometimes that does happen as part and parcel of racing. So Thomas Verheyen leading by about 0.6 of a second. Noah Janssen doing his absolute utmost to keep Ryan Bourguignon at bay through turn 8. And, oh, Janssen goes very, very wide, and that opens the door for Alexander Van Meeuwen ever so briefly. Van Meeuwen unable to take the opportunity. I thought there was, I was thinking there might have been something a little bit different about the chassis. Oh, mistake. Well, Bourguignon went a bit deep into turn 11, and that nearly opened the both barn doors there for Noah Janssen and also Alexander Van Meeuwen. Max Swiderski, in the meantime, is closed on in, and with 4.5 minutes still to go, plus an additional lap, there's every opportunity that Swiderski could catch the 3 in front. There's still quite a few plumes of spray being kicked up from the tarmac as the Mojo wet weather tyres do their job of clearing any surface water in order to bite down into the tarmac. It looks like Van der Weyken, not too sure. I haven't seen him come through and cross the line. Might not be taking any further participation. It's a real shame for Van der Weyken, who was at the sharp end of the grid, but obviously with what happened, you know, if you hit the brake a little bit too hard in wet weather conditions, even in dry weather conditions, the same thing can still happen. But in wet weather conditions, the back axle is very prone to the brake pad on the disc, very much deciding it's going to lock up, and then the first thing the back axle will do is pirouette and make it become the front axle. So Thomas Verheyen looking for possibly his second win in a row. And if that's the case, then that could possibly put him on the front row, and more importantly, on pole position. Van der Weyken, I'm afraid to say, is out after that moment through in towards turn 2 on lap 1, and the kart has been left alone, and Van der Weyken is on Marshall post number 3 on the inside of turn number 4, and is going to have to wait for everything to conclude before the pickup operation can happen, and then he can be taken back to Parc Fermé. But with 2 minutes and 23 seconds, it's just about getting to this point, because let me tell you this. Tomorrow, when we go to the superheats, the intensity will go up another level. The adrenaline spike will be crazy, and depending on the weather, could also bring in another dynamic like we've had all the way through today. And what's happening now? A lot more clear sky up above, sunshine bathing pretty much the entirety of the circuit. So Thomas Verheyen is not only leading by nearly 2.5 seconds, he's also got the fastest lap in the pocket. 1 minute 13.899, and that was on lap 2. We're on lap 5 at the moment. As everyone else just trying to get through turn 7 and through into 8. So 17 drivers out of the 18 still circulating. So Bram van der Weyken, the only retiree, getting a bit close there between Alexander Van Meeuwen and Noah Janssen. Now this is for 3rd place. If they continue to battle quite a bit in the next minute or so, you can bet that Max Swiderski is going to be right there with them. He's not that far behind. He's about 4 to 6 kart lengths behind Van Meeuwen and is currently running P5. Swiderski started on the inside of row number 7 in 13th place and has made up 8 spots in the meantime. We are pretty much on to what I would consider the penultimate lap, not just of this race, but also of heat stay here for the 2024 BNL Karting Series kickoff. And Ryan Bourguignon has started to close that gap. He was 4/10 quicker than Verheyen on the previous lap. So 1:14.021 for Bourguignon. Verheyen exactly 4/10 slower. 1:14.021. 4-2-1. But Verheyen has enough time in his back pocket to allow for Bourguignon to close. Timer has run out. We have hit 0. Next time around, it will be the last lap of heat stay. And then everyone can have some respite, and reflect on what might have been a very good day in the office, or a day in the office that you need to analyse and pick apart with a fine-tooth comb. Last lap board of the day is out. Verheyen crosses the line and goes on to the 7th and final lap. And his gap, well, he's expanded that gap. He's just put in a 1:14.2 flat. Bourguignon, 1:14.911. As, oh, dearie me, that is not what Alexander Van Meeuwen wanted to do on the final lap of the race. And he effectively smacks the front left of his race helmet as if to say, you absolute dimwit, why did I do that? So that has cost him 4th place. And now that has put him behind Lucas Sells in the 2:35 entry. So that now means that Max Siderski promoted to 4th. However, if you haven't concentrated that much on the leader, he's been doing a pretty good job. Well, Thomas Verheyen in the number 282 comes through turn 10. Nice and neatly does it. Slightly squeeze on the throttle. Hit the curbing on the inside of turn number 11. So no driver so far this weekend has done a clean sweep. But Thomas Verheyen will join Paul Fauquemin, Christophe Capitain as one of 3 drivers that have just won 2 heats. Verheyen does it again. First heat 2, now heat 3. Ryan Bourguignon takes 2nd. Noah Janssen 3rd. Max Siderski picks up a very, very credible P4 ahead of Boris Maximov. Lars Lambers, Alexander Van Meeuwen, Lucas Els, Lieke van Berkel, and Heat 1 winner Cameron Nelson rounds out the top 10. Jake Woods finishes 11th ahead of João Maria Pereira, Isaac Barker, Jim Back, Enzo Riccio, Tom Reger, Philip Wisniewski, and unfortunately on lap 2, the very first couple of corners, we lost the 290 of Bram van der Weken from Belgium. Heat stay is now in the bag. That is it. 12 races completed. Tonight, as I said, it's about rest, reflection, a little bit of respite, and get yourselves ready for tomorrow. The racing starts at 10:30 Central European time tomorrow. That's 9:20 a.m. if you are watching from the United Kingdom. But tomorrow we have 4 super heats. We have 4 finals. And at the end of tomorrow's action, 1 driver in each of the 6 classes this weekend, tomorrow afternoon, will call themselves a BNL Karting Series Kickoff Champion. Join us at 10:20 tomorrow morning as we kickstart the business end of what is looking to be a very exciting 2024 season. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good night.